What's up, guys? We are live for the 2023 NFL Draft. I cannot wait to see what Ryan Poles is going to do tonight and tomorrow night. I'll be live tomorrow night as well with a few other guests. Tonight we have Joey with me. You guys know Joey.
Welcome, Notification Squad.
He was here when Justin Fields got drafted in round 1, so he should be a good luck charm, right? He should be a good luck charm.
That's the hope. That is the hope.
We're gonna have 2 other people show up too pretty soon. They should be here any minute. One guy actually had his lock, or he forgot his lock or something, or his lock got stuck. So he's calling a locksmith right now. He can't get into his house. So that guy is probably not gonna be here for a while.
No, he will not.
What's up, Almighty X? Kevin, what's up, bro?
Hey there, Kevin.
We do have to go to a White Sox game pretty fast. I know we were talking about May 12th or whatever against the Astros. The White Sox suck right now, but
yeah, we're awful.
I'm still trying to go to a game. All right, guys, if you're in the chat right now, type whatever player you guys want in the first round. Like, let me know what player you guys want in the first round this year. Interested to see the results because there's probably I was telling Joey this, there's probably 9-10 different people I'd be okay with Bears drafting this year just because we have so many needs.
Yeah, it's a nice little selection this year.
Yeah. And there is, at pick number 9, you're going to have a good option between 10, 11 pretty good prospects, hopefully. All right, we got Darnell Wright. That's a good option. Paris Johnson Jr., Ohio State. I'd be really happy with that as well. Number 1 cornerback. JSN, Paris. All right, we got Osad in here. I'm going to add my friend right here. What's up, man? What's going on? Not much, dude. You ready to do another draft live stream?
Yeah. It's actually weird because I've got a slightly different setup. So I've got my iPad going here, right, with 3 or 4 different wires, and I've got the draft live streaming on Hulu, and then I've got 3 or 4 tabs open here. So, and I had to go grab this because it's gonna be a late night. But yeah.
That's a lot of screens and drinks.
It is. Well, I've got so I've got is it just me as we wait for the draft to go off here? But I've got chocolate chip cookies. I've got yogurt covered raisins.
Man, you're well stocked.
Exactly. I feel like the thing is
right now.
What's up?
We ate some pizza before this, just Domino's,
nice Domino's pizza,
double cheese pizza. So yeah, we're pretty full right now. We don't have any snacks with us.
I think for me, right, the big thing is it's this is my 17, 18, 19, 20, 22. This is my 7th NFL draft and probably 4th. Yeah, 4th or 5th one covering it with Bear Report, right? And it's just through the years, I think you just kind of learn that you have to be well stocked up and stuff. Yeah. I remember the 2 COVID years we had for the draft. I was literally up till 5 a.m. afterwards writing, and then I fell asleep. And woke up. So
same
it's
with me with my videos back in 2020. I was up until 4 or 5 a.m. making highlight reels and stuff like that. You have to do it if you're a content creator. Just gotta.
It'll be a nice weekend.
Yeah. I also can't wait this year.
Yeah, I'm actually going into.
You're cutting up right now. Could you repeat that?
Yeah. Yeah. Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah. You're good now. Yeah. And you're cutting up.
Yeah, again. I'm actually going to Hallis. All right. Hold on 1 second. Let me try this, guys.
Darnell Wright.
Hold on.
What's up, Lonnie? We are very pumped for sure. You're still kind of cutting up right now. It's extract. We should definitely trade back. I do agree. I think trading back, depending on who's on the board, could be a pretty good option. But again, it does depend who's on the board, because if you have like Jalen Carter or like Paris Johnson Jr. on the board, you probably don't want to trade back, because then you're going back too far, you're probably not going to get, an elite option. So really depends on who's on the board. Usaid, you there? Man, he's completely frozen right now.
Yeah, he is.
We're having some technical difficulties right now, guys. Sorry about that. We will be back shortly. All right, how much time until the draft starts? 6:50 right now,
Yep,
so
10 minutes.
we got 10 minutes until go time. Oh, he's
Yep,
gone.
he cut out completely.
RPI Howard, what's up? If the Bears draft Darnell Wright at 9, I want everybody fired. I disagree with that, dude. I mean, you're saying about him, you'd be okay with him in a trade back. I mean, would he be there in a trade back, though? That's the thing. Like, I've seen a lot of mock drafts with him not being there in a trade back, right? If you go back to, 16, 17, somebody in front of you could select Darnell Wright. I mean, he was really good against SEC-level tackles, dude. I mean, Will Anderson Jr., shut him down. B.J. Ojulari, shut him down. I'd be okay with Darnell Wright. All right, there he is. I think he's back now. All right. I think you're good now.
Yeah, it's weird. It didn't connect to my mobile hotspot, but
Yeah, connection or something, yeah.
I know, but yeah, it's like I was saying, right? So it's weird because this year, like you look at all the mock drafts and there's a million different ways this thing could go every single year, but I feel like this year it's more than anything. Like it's a million and one different ways that things could go. Because if I'm being quite honest, like you have the Texans who there's so much uncertainty that's there. And then the top 5 too, I think you've got like the Lions, for example, who they should probably take a quarterback, but I don't think they will just unless CJ Stroud falls, simply because of the fact that they have Jared Goff under contract.
How far do you think CJ Stroud is falling tonight? Because I've seen a lot of different opinions about his range. People think he's going to go number 2 to the Texans, or people think he's going to go like 11 to the Titans. So, what's your official opinion on how far he's going to fall?
Honestly, I think he stays inside the top 10 because if I'm looking at the top 10, let's be honest about something, right? So you have a team like the Raiders who, again, they really haven't been linked to quarterbacks throughout this entire process because of the Jimmy G signing, which kind of makes things obvious. But then I think the other half of the argument is also the fact that the Patriots, right, they've got a lot of really good connections. So you have guys like Ziegler and McDaniels, the GM and head coach, and the Raiders just have these really good connections inside Ohio State. So I would not be surprised to see them go with a guy like CJ Stroud if he falls. But I think, we're going to see, I think this every year we hear about quarterbacks being overdrafted, but this year it's going to be the most true statement on the planet because I do think that we'll see Will Levis and Anthony Richardson both get overdrafted. And again, Richardson, crazy enough, is probably the least experienced, or I would say the least experienced quarterback. Then that's declared over the last 10 years. And we're saying
he only
less
played
experience.
1 year, really.
But
he played 1 year, started 1 year. So kind of like a Trubisky. I mean, obviously he has much better physical traits than Trubisky. That's why he's getting drafted pretty high. Trubisky got drafted high too, but it's a big risk, right? Because he's only thrown for 17 touchdowns, I think, last year, 9 interceptions, something like that. So the production definitely was not there in college, but it's all about the projection now. A lot of people around the NFL, they want the next Patrick Mahomes, the next Josh Allen. So it's a big projection game right now.
Yeah, it really is. And then I think you look at it, right? And if I'm looking at the rest of the top 10 too, I mean, there's so much that's going on because you have a team like the Seahawks, let's say, right? Who, when I look at them, I don't foresee, they committed to Geno Smith, but let's just be real about something, right? I don't necessarily see a situation where they go ahead, right, and they take a quarterback unless they really don't believe that Geno is not going to be the guy of the future. Or, well, he's not the guy of the future, but he's a short-term investment.
He's under contract for 4 years, I think. So a short-term future, he's going to be there, but they would be wise to draft a quarterback. I agree, because they're not going to be in the top 10 for another 5-6 years at this rate. I mean, they have a pretty good team around Geno Smith. So
yeah, they do.
Draft starts in officially 5 minutes, 5.5 minutes about. So yeah, number 1 overall probably is going to be Bryce Young, according to everything we've seen. Alabama, Bryce Young, just based on the mock drafts and everything. And I mean, it seems like the Panthers are in unison, like they're agreeing that Bryce Young is the guy, as according to what I've seen.
From Alabama have there been anyway?
Good question. It's the first number 1 pick from Alabama I saw on I think ESPN. It's Bryce Young is gonna be the first number 1 pick from Alabama, which is pretty surprising
That is
because
surprising.
I mean Alabama trots out like so many great players every single year.
Yeah, exactly.
There's never been a number
But
1
they've just
pick.
never been number 1.
No, somehow.
Huh.
Because they usually don't have great quarterbacks there, and like usually quarterbacks get drafted number 1 overall. So
Yeah, okay.
this is the first like really. I mean, I guess they had Tua a few years ago, but he was like
Mhm.
number 4, number 5, or something.
Okay.
See, these are like it's about 5 minutes to go till the draft, and I'm like, okay,
dude,
can we
after-
just start the whole thing already?
Yeah,
You know?
right. I have to share the link
But-
on Twitter. I forgot to share this on Twitter.
Mhm.
Oh man.
So
Yeah,
let me ask you guys this a serious question, because we've all heard, and if you're in the chat, you can chime in too, but we've all heard reports of Peter Skoronski having significantly shorter arms, saying, hey, he needs to kick inside at the next level. But if I'm the Bears and I'm Brian Poles and Ian Cunningham tonight, I mean, as much as I think Skoronski's great, I would also say this. If you're going to kick him inside to guard, I would not take him top 10
Definitely not.
overall. Yeah, I would say, like, I understand people say he can be a Zach Martin, but okay, that was a much better, or I want to say a much more seasoned coaching staff that kind of developed that Cowboys offensive line. This is still a relatively young coaching staff that's getting its feet under its ground and really figuring out who they are. So I don't think they would go with Skoronski. And I will say this, I think if Skoronski was west of the Mississippi River, in the sense that he was in the Big 12, let's say, or the Pac-12, we probably would not hear as much about him. I think him being a Chicago area kid and then just going to Northwestern too, which again, I was in Evanston earlier today, just makes so much sense as to why he's linked to the Bears, because Evanston's like right down the street from Lake Forest.
Right, yeah. And I mean the point you brought up about even if he was like a what's the guy you brought up, the Cowboys?
Zach Martin.
Yeah, Zach Martin. Yeah, even if he does turn into Zach Martin, like would you take that at number 9 overall when you already have 2 solid guards in the roster, right? Like we already signed Nate Davis to like a 3-year deal, $10 million per year about. We have Tevin Jenkins on the roster too, which I know the current regime is not. They haven't showed full commitment into Tevin Jenkins so far, but it just seems like a bad use of assets when you have, big needs at tackle to draft a guard in the first round in number 9. And I mean, I know some people do disagree with the fact that he cannot play tackle. Like I know some people do think he can play tackle, just not being elite at tackle. But if that's the case, like why would you not get an elite tackle prospect at number 9? Like why only get like a guy that could be good at tackle at number 9? So it'll be interesting. Great.
Yeah, and I've got my OSU shirt on, repping Tevin Jenkins here.
Oh, there you go.
Okay.
There.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm not
Cowboys.
going to come on. Exactly. I'm not going to come on here. I'm not going to bash Tevin Jenkins because, again, he was by far their best offensive lineman last year. But, I mean, if we're being quite honest, we could make the argument that the Bears had no talent on the roster last year outside of, like, quarterback, running back, and secondary, right? Wide receiver, they kind of shored up, but wide receiver is still underwhelming. Cole Kmet did real well, too. But if I'm looking at this team and I'm saying, like, Tevin Jenkins, again, one of the issues is that I think the Bears stunted his development simply because Payson Nagy decided to move him over to left tackle when it was always clear he was just better as a right guard or right tackle. And again, at Oklahoma State, I mean, he played every single position outside of center. Now, the other half of all this comes down to the fact that he did figure out his more natural fit as a right guard, but them reshuffling him around, I just think is questionable. I think that you try to go ahead and see what you have with Nate Davis at left guard. I will also say this. Throughout free agency, I heard some chatter about the Bears being in on guys like McGlinchey and Orlando Brown Jr. I thought some of it was warranted, but I will also say this, that they didn't the Bears didn't sign an offensive tackle in free agency, right? At least a
Yeah.
starting caliber one. So that signals to me that they're waiting until the draft to go ahead and address that position. And quite
You would
frankly, if
think
you
so,
look
yeah.
at, I think if you look at Ryan Pohl's time in Kansas City, he was never the GM, but he was always kind of just in the background helping with football evaluations. And go look at the Chiefs draft history from like 2013 till 2021. It's like that 8-9 year period. They drafted probably 10 offensive linemen. Go look at the
Yeah.
Eagles with Ian Cunningham and the Ravens with Cunningham too. I mean, there's just that consistent factory of like, we're going to
Yeah.
draft offensive linemen year in and year out. So when the Bears took 4 O linemen last year, I was like, this is not surprising at all that they went ahead and drafted 4 on day 3. So I'm not saying this year you should draft 4 on day 3, but you should probably, I want to
Draft
say,
more
with
day one this time. Day one, day two, you should draft a couple offensive linemen, right? Like a center, like an offensive tackle. I mean, we haven't invested high quality picks into the O line since a long time. I mean, I saw a stat that the Bears have actually not had a first round pick on the offensive line since 2013, Kyle Long. So that was like 10 years ago at this point. So I
well,
do agree with you. Yeah. Yeah, go on.
Well, I'm saying 2013 was Kyle Long, but the last time this team took
Yeah.
an offensive tackle was in 2011, which is Gabe Kamari, if I'm saying his name properly. But
Man,
also a little tidbit for you guys at home that are watching. So this is the first time the Bears have had 4 picks inside the top 100 since 2008. But there's also something significant to look at is and I did an NFC North draft preview on Bear Report. One of the things I noted for the Bears specifically was the fact that they're not picking from 9 to 53. So that's like 44 picks. And in between that, you have the Lions who have 2 picks, then 1 or 2 picks. But then you've also got the Packers who are picking 2 or 3 times as well. So if you are Ryan Poles, you're the Bears front office, you're looking at this and saying, hey, if Jalen Carter's off the board, if we believe that Paris Johnson Jr. is off the board, do we go ahead and do we get on the phone with a team like the Pittsburgh Steelers, let's say, and get 17 and 32 possibly to kind of go ahead and close that gap? Because the Bears draft class, like we're going to see, I think, over the next 2 days between Thursday and Friday, they have to add 3 day 1 starters. Like there's just no doubt in my mind that whoever the Bears take in round 1 tonight, expected starter. Whoever the Bears
100%.
take tomorrow night with the 3 draft picks, gonna be a day 1 starter. Which again, I think no one should be like, well, draft a guy in the 2nd or 3rd round, put him on the bench. I mean, those guys are going to end up starting, but ultimately, closing that gap from 9 to 53, I think it's something major to watch for tonight.
You think we could see a trade up from somewhere from like the 2nd round to the end of the 1st round, or like the beginning of the 2nd round? Because that's possible. I mean, we have 2 2nd-round picks right now, but I think it probably makes more sense if we trade back for number 9, right, and get an extra 2nd-round pick or something like that. Because I can't see Ryan Poles trying to or wanting to like sacrifice more draft capital just to move up a little bit higher for a class that isn't even viewed as being very elite in talent at the top, right? Like there's a lot of guys from like picks like 20 to like 40 that are pretty decent, but like there's not like true elite talent at the top. So
no, because I think here's the thing: if there's always going to be a handful of can't miss prospects, right? And the Bears have done their homework on Jalen Carter. We know that much. They've done their homework on Will Anderson and Tyree Wilson.
Yeah.
And those are arguably the top 3 defensive guys in the class. If Will Anderson's there, I'm confident with trading up. Why? Because you still have 2024 draft capital you can use as massive leverage. And I think after tonight, the big thing to keep in mind is the Bears' most valuable asset is probably, you could say, the Panthers' 2024 first-round pick, simply because, again, you don't know where that pick is going to fall. But Carolina's going to go ahead and probably finish in the top 10 next year. So ultimately, I mean, for the Bears, if Will Anderson's there, I'm trading up for Will Anderson. Tyree Wilson, as much as I love him, I mean, he's your more so the athletic guy that plays at a high level and has these freaky football traits. Like he's the classic example of a guy who's molded into a football player. Will Anderson is just a pure football player by nature. Jalen Carter, I think we all know with the offseason stuff, the question is really, will the Bears be confident taking him? I think that's why and I've been hearing this all day because I've been up since like 4 in the morning, but I would not be surprised to see the Eagles go ahead and trade up for a guy like Jalen Carter. Now, the Arizona Tennessee stuff, I mean, that is one to watch. That's gonna go ahead and shake this up because the Titans, they're ready to move on from Ryan Tannehill. Mike
Yeah.
Vrabel, the head coach, has got connections inside Ohio State. And the other thing to keep in mind is that the Titans one of the former Titans people in the front office, right? Monty Ossenfort is now actually the GM of the Cardinals. So that's a connection there that I don't think we've
Oh, yeah.
necessarily been talking about enough.
Yeah, that's a good point. But do you think they'd only be willing to trade up for Stroud then? Because you said the Ohio State
I
connections,
think,
right?
yeah. Yeah, I think honestly, because there's one thing I can confidently say about Mike Vrabel is that he does his homework on his Ohio State guys, and he's super close to Ryan
Yeah.
Day. So,
Oh yeah. It'll be interesting then to see if the Texans go C.J. Stroud at number 2, right? Because we've seen so many different rumors about the Texans either drafting like defense number 2, like they could go Will Anderson, they could go Tyree Wilson, which would affect the Bears board too later on. But if they go quarterback, if they go like C.J. Stroud, then if the Titans don't want to trade up, then at that point, do the Cardinals just take Paris Johnson Jr.? Because I've seen them being linked to Paris Johnson Jr. as well at number 3 too, which seems like super high to go after at that spot, but if they really like him, if Kyler Murray is also, he's been advocating for him, I think it could make sense for them to go Paris Johnson Jr. at number 3. In which case, I mean, a good defensive player is probably going to fall to the Bears at that point. So I think either way, like the Bears should be fine in terms of like having a good talent to select between, but it just depends on what happens at the beginning because it's going to determine like which side of the ball we're going to choose from, right? Because if there's a good offensive tackle prospect available, you could go for like a Paris Johnson Jr., like a Darnell Wright, or if there's Tyree Wilson, Will Anderson somehow available, Jalen Carter available, then you go for the defense. So it should be a pick for the Lions, though. I'm thinking right the trenches because, as you said, Usad, like the Bears did not invest that much in the trenches this year in free agency. Like we signed some people, obviously, like Nate Davis, DeMarcus Walker, Andrew Billings, some of the cheaper options, which we didn't go after like a big name guy, so. You would kind of think that they're trying to address the trenches right now, day 1, day 2. And we have so many picks too, day 2, right? So
yeah, this is I think the perfect. So the impact of the DJ Moore trade was not just all the extra draft capital that the Bears got, along with an additional wide receiver who is much cheaper than his talent indicates, but ultimately the big thing to just keep in mind is that gave the Bears so much more flexibility because up until the DJ Moore trade, everyone was talking about should the Bears go wide receiver, which it's this year there's no blue chip wide receiver like a Justin Jefferson or Jamar Chase, as much as those guys would be instrumental in helping Fields' development. Jackson Smith and Jigba, there's just so much when it comes to developing him and his talents. And it's just a high upside pick because of all the injuries that he had last year. But I will say this, right? As the Panthers kind of get onto the clock and Goodell takes 10 years to introduce the opening of the draft, it's like, let's just get it over with. Yeah. I will say this, though, for the Bears, right? This is the perfect year to shore up the trenches and go offensive line. And why? Because those guys are going to be under contract for at least 4 years, and that's going to be the foundation of your team. So if you can get 2 to 3, let's just say, good offensive linemen all throughout this draft, and they are on these cheap contracts over the next 4 years, that's really when I think the Bears' window of contention opens. What do you guys think, Darnell Wright?
A lot of people are high on Darnell Wright right now in the comments. I'm Dirty Dan. What's up? So he says he wants to trade back and get Darnell Wright. I think that's a good option, right? I mean, I think a lot of mock drafts did have Darnell Wright available later on, but it's also a little bit risky, right? Because the Bears really do love Darnell Wright a lot. Like, there's a chance he won't be available if you go back to like 17 or like 19 with the Buccaneers. So it depends on how much the Bears do like, right? If they think he's like a star day 1, then they might just take him at pick number 9. So I'd say the Bears fans right now, like, don't be super pissed if we do stay at 9 and select Darnell Wright, because I think that would be a fantastic pick for the Bears, all things considered, with the big need that we have on the right side right now.
Mm-hmm. What are people's thoughts on Bijan Robinson? Because
Oh, there's going to be a lot of haters right now. I don't think a lot of people like Bijan. I mean, they like Bijan the talent, but they don't like Bijan on the Bears.
Exactly.
Which
I
can understand. I mean,
well, if you remember 2 years ago when Travis Etienne came out of Clemson, I mean, he went first round, but he was just not a guy that I would have felt comfortable with the Bears taking, not because he's a running back, but ultimately because this team just has, and it goes the exact same for Bijan Robinson. Like, this team has so many different needs that going with Robinson, not really the best option that this team has right now. As lethal as he would be with those RPOs in the backfield, as here comes Mahomes and Travis Kelce with the Super Bowl trophy.
Yeah. I don't get why the draft is in Kansas City. Like, they're the last team that needs a draft to improve their team. I mean, they already won the Super Bowl last year. Like, it should be in a place where they have, like, the number 1 pick or, like, a top 10 pick. But I guess you can't predict that before the season starts. I mean, this stuff is...
I picked, like, a couple years ago.
Yeah. But even then, like, they probably would have known Kansas City was not going to be picking in the top 10 of the draft with them having Mahomes, so...
I will say this though, I would love to see the draft in Chicago again at some point. I think that what they had in Grant Park, 7, 8 years ago was probably the most. I was there too in 2016, the year they traded up for Leonard Floyd. But that was, that 2016 draft in Grant Park, surreal experience because the weather at that time was perfect.
It was, wake up to like 60s, like 70s, I think at the time.
Yeah, you wake up. It's weird.
Like in late April, like this is like the last time we'll have like relatively like mild temperatures. That's gonna go directly up to like that's gonna go up to like 90 like immediately in May.
Yeah, exactly. Well, it was like 88 degrees last week or 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it was super hot back then. It got way colder like last couple days. Yeah, last weekend it was like 30s, 40s.
See, what happens is this year, as we wait for Bryce Young to finally hear his name called, is when the weather's so inconsistent this time of year, I will always park my car like at the very end of a parking lot, like near a tree. And people call me out for it. But the only reason I'm trying to park there is because I know that there's shade there because I'm trying to like get out. I know I'm going to get out of work at a time when it's going to be super hot, and I don't want to open my car up to like being an oven or something. So little strategy right there.
Yeah. I can understand that. We have an interesting question from Jose. So he's talking about Nolan Smith being a surprise pick. I made a post about this on my community tab last night because we got some information that Nolan Smith actually listed that the Bears and the Eagles were like the top 2 teams that showed the most interest in him throughout the process. So it does kind of make you think he could be an option at pick number, probably not pick number 9. You would think that would be like a trade back option. But if you look at his combine results, right? Like he ran like a 4.38 40-yard dash, crazy fast, crazy explosive. He's super undersized though, which I think is like the big thing that Bears fans are going to have to, or that the Bears are going to have to get behind, right? Because he is like 238 pounds. So can he fit in Eberflus's 4-3 scheme with his hands in the dirt, like being that light? It's a legit question. But there's also the point that he's so freaking talented that you might want to take him still just because of his talent. So it'll be
I mean, I think so. And I think the Vic Fangio years and the Matt Nagy, Ryan Pace years kind of conditioned Bears fans to think that you need like tons of size on the D-line, which, make no mistake, you do. Now, in football, you have your 3-4 defense, which in 3-4 defenses, the linemen are typically much bigger, like around 270, 80, 90 pounds. And in 3-4 defenses, oftentimes you're playing 2 gap schemes, right? Which is why for so long, when Eddie Goldman and Akeem Hicks were playing at a high level, those guys were effectively plugging up the... Eddie Goldman was taking on A gaps either side as their 0 tech, but Akeem Hicks, being kind of that 5 tech, was taken on the B as well as the C gaps, right? But in the 4-3 defense, your linemen, since it's a 1 gap scheme, are typically smaller. And the Bears last year played a lot of under fronts. And so naturally what that was is they were completely comfortable moving guys around here and there. But I will say, like, Nolan Smith's the type of guy where you draft and you go ahead and you basically bulk him up. So he's more of, I think, a long-term projection. Again, he's kind of like he's a less freakier version of. It's a hard comparison, and I don't want to say because he's not a Will Anderson, Tyree Wilson level. He's much more closer to a guy like a Lucas Van Ness, where his arm and not his arm, but his motor is just completely on all the time.
Yeah.
Again, freaky guy with all the talents in the world, but not, the best football player. He's still got some refinement to do.
100%, yeah. I mean, a lot of it is projection in the top 10, right? Like, you're not going to select a finished product in the top 10 most times. Like, it is going to be a lot of projection. It is going to be a lot of trying to, see how he's going to be in like 5-6 years. Maybe not like right now. So, all right, we got another guest on the stream right now, Steven Nagishi. I'm going to invite him if he's ready right now. Steven, you ready? Not yet.
He just got up.
Yeah. All right. I'm gonna add Steven right now. Steven, what's up, man?
Rashab, I might have to ask you to send me a StreamYard on my email because my phone is a bit far away, so I'm like really small and I can barely look at both of you right now, even with my glasses on. I apologize in advance.
No worries. I'll kick you out of the stream then right now, and then I'll send the. What's your email? Can you text me your email?
I will do that.
Okay. All right, sounds good.
All right, sorry about that.
No, it's okay. All right.
What a nice guy.
Yeah. Usad, you want to answer this? Devon Witherspoon, if he's available, do you think the Bears should get him?
Yes and no. And I go back and forth on this because, again, the Bears are going to the final year of Jalen Johnson's contract. I will also say this is that I'm a bit wary of Jalen Johnson, as good as he's been. He's also had the shoulder injuries his rookie year. Then last year he was in with the knee and hip injuries. So it'd be nice, but it'd also be a luxury pick because then you're looking at Ryan Pohl's first 3 draft picks being Gordon, Brisker, and then cornerback again, right? In Witherspoon, which, again, the Bears are building this defense back to front, secondary to pass rush instead of pass rush to secondary, which a lot of people kind of have grown up with the traditional thought process of. Now, I will say that as great as Witherspoon, Christian Gonzalez, Joey Porter Jr. are, cornerback just does not cut it for me. There's obviously needs and then there's wants, right? And I think cornerback for a lot of people is more of a want and a luxury pick compared to something such as a offensive tackle or pass rusher. And I will also say this is that you have 2 first rounders next year for the Bears. I mean, that's plenty of flexibility to figure out cornerback, and there's going to be veterans that are cut, and the possibility that the Bears could add someone right before training camp.
I will say, though, as an Illinois fan, I've seen a lot of Devon Witherspoon games over the past 2 years, and he is freaking good. Like, he's going to be elite, in my opinion, right away in the NFL. So I can't see him. I mean, I can see him fitting him very well into Eberflus's defense. Like, Eberflus is going to love a guy like this that hits, super hard. He's a good coverage corner. He's good in man coverage too. So, like, I feel like I wouldn't be mad if that was a pick, but kind of like you said, like, it's probably kind of like a luxury pick that the Bears don't have the luxury to afford right now. But it does depend on the board too, right? Because if the board doesn't have like an elite offensive tackle available, which there probably is going to be one available, but if there's like not Paris Johnson Jr. available, if there's not Carter available, then maybe it does make somewhat sense to go after a cornerback. Just go best player available at that point. Because I mean, Poles has preached about going BPA, in the draft, so it's a possibility we could see a cornerback, even if it's not, a need right now, like a big need. Pick is finally in. Yo, are you watching on Twitter too? Like, are you keeping up on Twitter right now? Because I know it's probably going to spoil all the picks. Which is fine.
I am, yeah.
Yeah, just make sure you don't spoil the Bears pick. That's the only pick I care about. The other picks, it's fine if we get it spoiled.
Well, I spoiled the Bears pick 2 years ago, tweeting it out like 4 days before the actual draft happened.
That's true.
And so, no, this draft, I was texting with someone this morning, and they literally said, they were like, yeah, the draft starts at 2 because who's going to go at number 1. And so
I'm assuming the pick was Bryce Young. It's not been revealed yet, but Bryce Young. Any confirmation?
Yeah, imagine. Yeah, imagine them throwing out the Panthers throwing out a smokescreen of it's going to be Bryce Young, and then they take CJ Stroud, which Frank Reich likes quarterbacks that are bigger in size anyway.
Yeah. Bryce Young. Yep.
There he is.
There
Bryce
he is.
Young.
First Alabama #1 pick ever.
That's crazy.
It is crazy. I mean,
Yeah.
there's
They're
been so
such a
many.
good football school. you know?
Yeah.
Huh.
They've been a good football school for the past like 12 years now.
Yeah.
15 years maybe.
Yeah.
Even beyond Nick Saban. I mean, before Nick Saban, they had some pretty good coaches too. So
It's like half our life.
yeah,
They've
right.
been a good football school.
Yeah. So yeah, first pick, not a surprise at all. I think we all expected Bryce Young to go #1 overall. Now is when the draft actually starts, because we have no idea what Houston's gonna do right here. Twitter is probably gonna spoil it. So again, I'm not gonna be checking Twitter. But I have no idea. What do you think Houston's gonna do here if
He
it's
can
not been
barely fit the
spoiled
hat on his
so
head.
far?
Wow. His hair was
I'm going to go edge rusher because I think talking to people in Houston, there seems to be a little bit something of D'Amico Ryans is heavily playing into what what the Texans are trying to do.
Yeah, that's a good point. But I also saw that the owner, McNair, he wants a quarterback, at least according to reports.
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
I mean, it could be like a draft day movie where like the owner kind of forces the GM's hand and forces them to select a quarterback even if he doesn't want to. So we'll see. I mean, could go either way. .5'10", 185. He's super small.
That really is small. Wow.
I think he tested at like 200 pounds during the pro day.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but I think he
Just
just
think he lost a bunch of weight?
no, he played at 184 like in college, I think.
Oh, okay.
So he gained weight.
So he gained weight for the
the
pro
combine,
day,
yeah,
and
for
then
the
lost
pro
a bunch
day.
of weight since then.
Well, we don't know what he weighs right now.
Oh, okay.
I'm assuming he's gonna weigh in at like 190 probably during the season.
Okay, because he doesn't need to
Yeah, I mean,
bulk up as much.
nah.
Okay.
I mean, the thing is, he probably bulked up specifically for the combine, like for the pro day.
Yeah. That's
To
your
test.
job interview.
Yeah,
so,
to test a lot better.
yeah.
This is the guy that Bears fans have to root for the downfall of, at least next year, because sucks to say, but if Bryce Young has a horrible year next year, we have a very high pick from the Panthers. So he's a good guy. I'm not going to root specifically against the guy, but I hope the Panthers don't do well next year.
Well, I don't think they will because come on, they tore the roster down. Like on defense, you have Derek Brown, and then you've got Brian Burns, which again, 2 former first-round picks, guys that you can continue to build around. But here we go. The Texans indeed. Sorry, I shouldn't spoil it.
Wait. Don't say
Yeah,
anything. Don't say
yeah.
anything. I'm also not going to.
I know.
No worries. I'm not going to look at the chat right now. But the pick was in pretty fast.
That was
That-
like 4 minutes, I think.
Yeah. The Panthers took the entire 10 minutes for some reason, which is so stupid.
Yeah, they always do for the first pick.
Yeah, it's so dumb.
Yeah.
They've had 2 months to.
Yeah, not
Mull
like
over the pick.
they didn't have 2 months to decide.
Yeah. Richard Todd,
Highest
1976.
drafted. Oh, okay. So Tua's number 5.
Yeah. Mac Jones, 15.
Yeah. Okay. No, yeah, that was only a couple years back.
Yeah.
That is so surprising that this is the first number 1 pick from Alabama.
I mean, there's probably going to be more in the future now because Alabama actually gets good quarterbacks now.
Yeah. Yeah.
They're showing Nick Caserio just calling everybody off. Like, what is Nick Caserio doing right now? What the heck was that? So you know the pick right now, right? You know what they did?
Yes.
I'll ask you one question. Is it actually? I'm not going to ask you anything. It's probably going to spoil the pick. Why are they not announcing the pick if it's already in? That's the one thing I hate about the draft. Like they're trying to drag it on for as long as they can just to get the commercial.
Because there's a
Arizona right now, yeah.
Yeah, in real life it is. Yeah, the pick is already in. So
because the
Arizona.
because
Yeah.
the credentialed media, like in what do you call it? The credentialed media, right, is actually getting things ahead of time because most of them are on the scene. I will also
Yeah.
say this, that when you watch like a Bears game on TV versus when you actually go to the game is, so what you see on TV stream at home, you're almost always like 2 or 3 plays behind.
yeah, I think it is like 30 seconds behind or something from real time, like 10, 20 seconds.
Yeah.
I'm gonna add Steven, by the way. Steven's finally came in. Steven, what's going on?
Shit. Hi guys.
What's
How
up?
we doing?
Hold on. There's something wrong with my microphone as well.
We can hear you pretty clean right now.
Frustrated with this stuff. I'm a little confused with this one. Audio. Okay, microphone, speaker. Okay, so this has to be it. Okay.
Houston's pick?
Okay. Can you hear me guys now?
Yeah.
Okay, I
Oh,
apologize.
CJ Stroud. Okay. They took CJ Stroud. Wow.
Houston
So
Houston took Stroud.
Yeah. It must have
Okay.
been a smoke screen then because we've been seeing so many reports about the Texans not wanting CJ Stroud, wanting to trade back, selecting like Anthony Richardson or something. So it's pretty crazy that they actually went with CJ Stroud because especially with the agent thing. So CJ Stroud's agent
Right.
is the same agent as Deshaun Watson. So there might be some animosity there, but it clearly wasn't enough to, not have them go after CJ Stroud.
Yeah, that David Mulugeta, I believe that was the Deshaun Watson's agent. There was a legitimate talk about how, the Deshaun Watson sexual assault fiasco may have played a role in it. But if you're Houston, you can't go into next year with Davis Mills as your starting quarterback.
Obviously not. Yeah, they made the right pick, I think, from a team building aspect. Like they selected the best quarterback. Now it's interesting though, they might trade up, according to reports at least, because I know they were big on Will Anderson too, or maybe Tyree Wilson. They have the number 12 pick. So if they want to trade up to get DeMeco Ryans guy, like a defensive guy, that could be an option for them.
Right.
I also have no idea what Arizona is going to do right now because Arizona could be trading the pick. There's been so many reports about the Titans, the Tennessee Titans, like moving up to number 3. Yeah, with the Cardinals too. But that was only for CJ Stroud, I think. So now the Titans probably don't want to move up, right? What do you think, Usaid?
It's tough to say because I don't think Arizona trades up. I mean, I think best case scenario for Arizona right now is go Will Anderson, right? And I don't say that because they need to kind of add a fresh wave of talent to the defense. I think I say that more so because you kind of heard all this talk about what the Texans were going to do, taking an edge rusher, and now they've taken a quarterback. So that if you're sitting in Tennessee and you're one of those fans that was really hoping Stroud would fall, I mean, a trade up is pretty worthless at this point because you're just sacrificing 2 to 3 years of draft capital in order to go ahead and go get Anthony Richardson or Will Levis, not necessarily a guy that you would trade up for.
Yeah, I mean, they can get Caleb Williams next year if they just tank this year, or get CJ, or not, what's his name? Drake May next year too. Like there's 2 really good quarterbacks at the top, which you don't have to trade up for, this year.
Exactly.
They might just be bad enough next year to get them. So damn, Arizona only has 3.5 minutes left. So I guess the time started when Houston actually put their pick in.
Yeah, when the pick was in, their clock started.
So it wasn't like when the pick was announced then.
Yeah.
Damn.
They'd probably wait a couple minutes because they know they'll take a while with the next team.
Right. Yeah. This year's so different than 2021 because like now we have like no threat of trading up. I feel like I don't think Ryan Poles is going to trade up in the first round, but there's the threat of like trading back, depending on like who's on the board. It looks like Arizona's not going to trade the pick. I mean, they only have 3 minutes left at this point.
Or maybe they are plotting something. Who knows?
Could be, but I always wondered if they trade the pick right now, does the time go back to 10 minutes or is it still?
No, I don't think it goes back. I think with the Bears, I think back in 2011, I think the Bears had about 2 minutes left when they made that trade with the Giants.
Right. Yeah. I mean, they obviously knew who they were going to trade up for. So I guess it does make sense. You're not going to give them another 10 minutes to go with the decision.
And hey, watch the ticker on the bottom of your screen too, because the networks love to change it without notice. And then when the teams are actually on the clock, that's when things change. So especially if you're watching on ESPN, because their graphics team is spot on with everything.
Oh, yeah. You know who the pick is right now?
I'm looking at it right now.
I hear some crazy reactions from upstairs, so I think something probably happened.
Oh.
Yep. Yes. It's going to be an edge rusher here, I think. Edge rusher, offensive tackle.
Do you know who the pick is right now? Like, did you get it spoiled or no?
Yeah.
You did?
Looking at it right now.
Yeah, Steven, don't spoil the pick, by the way. We're trying to...
I'm not spoiling.
No, I didn't say Drew Bennett, but just to be safe.
So, geez. I mean, they have to probably pick Will Anderson or Paris Johnson. Either one.
Did a trade happen? Who said?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Trade happened?
It happened.
Okay, wait. I don't know what the trade is yet. I'm going to wait for the ticker to change its colors right now. I'm assuming it's not the Bears, right? It's not the Bears.
No, Bears have nothing to do with the trade. It's... Oh, my God.
Trade
wow.
pick to Texans. Oh, my
Texans
God.
are moving up. Yeah,
What?
Texans have moved up.
No way.
Huh.
Oh, my God. I was talking about that. I was just talking about that right now. Oh, my God. What they give up to the Cardinals? Holy shit. Huh. Wow.
So, Texans up to take either... Is Jackson Smith and Jigba too high for 3?
It has to be.
I told you guys it's going to be an edge rusher.
So it has to be Anderson or Tyree Wilson.
Either one. I have a feeling it will be either one. Yeah, it has to be.
They actually did it.
Wow.
Oh, my God. That's amazing.
Wow. Holy crap.
I see D'Amico Ryan super happy right now. He got his guy.
Yeah. Well, Alabama connection. It all makes sense.
I'm thinking it's going to be Anderson. I don't know the pick yet. Chat probably knows the pick. I'm not reading the chat right now. But I'm pretty sure it's going to be Will Anderson. If I had to guess, but I guess we'll see.
This is incredible. You're going back to back 2 and 3.
Has that ever happened before in NFL history? I can't remember a single time that's happened.
I can think of one, like way back. Like you got to go probably 30 years ago when the Colts had the first and second overall pick, if you remember.
Oh yeah, I mean I wasn't watching football 30 years ago, so
yeah. Well, I remember that one. That was the infamous Steve Entman and then Quentin Coryatt 1 and 2 all defense draft that I can remember. That's the closest thing I can remember.
All right, pick is in.
It has to be Anderson. Wow. Oh my God! Wow, this
Will
haul is
Anderson,
incredible.
Wow.
Got Will Anderson
Holy
Jr.
cow! This haul is incredible. The Cardinals and the
What they
Texans.
get? I didn't see the haul. Can you say the haul?
Okay, I'm looking at Adam Schefter's timeline. Is it okay for me to read it?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, so the Cardinals are getting 12th, 33rd. Wow, a first in 2024 and a third in 2024.
They traded the first from next year. Their own
Yep.
first or the Browns first? Because that's gonna make
That's a good question. It says the first in 2024, so that's a vague. That's a good one.
Man,
And
If they
yeah,
traded their own
they
first,
have
that's-
they have another number one pick that they got from the Browns for the Deshaun Watson
Right.
trade, so they can afford that.
dude, that is crazy. My God, I cannot
Okay.
believe they traded that much to get.
Wow,
One
this is
player, I mean,
amazing.
They have so many needs on their team right now too. Like, wow.
Texans get the third overall and a 105th.
Oh, they get 105 too. Okay. Wow.
Yep.
I mean, that's only like a 4th round pick, but still.
Right.
All right, Colts are on the clock now. Colts could probably go quarterback if I had to guess. I mean, they need a quarterback. It's 100% going to be a quarterback. Either Richardson or Levis. What do you guys think?
Mhm.
Levis or Richardson?
I'm thinking Levis because Matt Miller on his Twitter yesterday, I think, posted something about Manning family gave blessings to Will Levis
Yep.
or something like that. Yes. So I'm guessing it's Will Levis at 4. So top 3 quarterbacks at the 4 position. That gives the Bears some, options. What they do.
Yeah.
So
It'll be interesting to see what happens at number 5 because if Jalen Carter goes to, I mean, if the Seattle Seahawks go for Jalen Carter, then he's going to be off the board, obviously. But we'll see how much he slides.
Has anybody been following Pete Carroll's Twitter? He's been tweeting some really cryptic stuff about who they're taking.
What's he been tweeting? I think
Pete
I saw
Carroll's
like the
Twitter.
Yeah, I saw him quote like some Love Is Blind promotion or something.
Yeah, the Netflix Love Is Blind. The also something from White Lotus, the latest one, and then it's crazy.
Man,
I wonder if they're going. Well, I know they're going to pick a quarterback, but I cannot see them picking Anthony Richardson at 5. That's way too high for that.
Yeah, so
Do you think
here
they're
we
actually
got from. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah. No,
Let's
I
see,
was just
we
gonna
got
ask. Go ahead.
I'm saying, so what I kind of said was right because Rossini from ESPN just tweeted it, but the Titans were in talks for number 3, but then once CJ Stroud was off the board, it was like, look, that's
Yeah,
it.
they didn't want it. Wow.
But hey, credit to the Cardinals for playing their cards correctly too. No pun intended.
Nice pun there.
Because-
I know you probably
Mhm.
didn't meant there, but
But well, here's the thing, right? Next year is going to be an objectively stronger draft class, so you're going to get a haul with 2 first-round picks, right? The Texans aren't going to be that good, so you're going to have another top 10 pick, and then you're going to have Marvin Harrison Jr. to choose from. You're going to have a really strong edge rusher class, and plus next year, I mean, the offensive tackle class, the kid from Penn State, Fashu, is insane.
All right, Colts pick is in now. Again, we're assuming it's going to be a quarterback. It has to be unless Chris Ballard just went crazy. So we had Alabama guys go number 1 and number 4.
Yeah.
That's pretty crazy.
Wow. And they haven't really gone. Have they gone up number 4?
Yeah, I think they've gone like top 5.
Okay.
Yeah, Tua Tagovailoa, he was like number 3, I think,
3, okay.
or number 4, something like that.
Okay. Was Alabama in the CFP?
Not this year.
Yeah. That's
They were
crazy.
number 5, like number 5 seed.
Ah, yeah.
Just missed it.
Wow. And
They-
then in the NFL draft. So
Yeah, I know.
number 1 and number 3.
Well, dude, Northwestern actually finished with only 1 win the entire year.
Huh.
And so they actually have 2 people that could be first-round picks.
How?
They had 2 really good players, and everybody else sucked.
What the heck?
They had Peter Skoronski and Adetomiwa Adebare. He's either going to be a second-round pick or a first-round pick. Most likely second-round pick, but
Okay. But like early second.
yeah,
round?
early day 2, yeah.
Okay.
So he could also be going in the end of the first round, depending on if somebody wants to reach a little bit.
All right, now if you are the Bears, it gets interesting because the Colts pick is N, and it's
Okay.
who everyone thinks it is. But 5 and 6, Seattle and Detroit. This is where I think things get so interesting. I mean, I shouldn't say I think. I know things get interesting because there's a certain team
Right.
at 1920 Football Drive which is watching everything that's happening right now.
Right.
They're sleeping there too. I saw like Cunningham and pick is in. Anthony Richardson. Wow. Dang.
Wow.
That's a fun pick. Not sure if it's the right pick,
Okay.
but that's gonna be fun to watch. I mean, this guy's an
Well,
insane
it's
athlete.
it doesn't look like a great pick on paper considering his lack of experience, but it makes sense from a fit perspective because if you look at the head coach in Indianapolis, Shane Steichen, I mean, he helped mold Jalen Hurts, I'm sorry, into one of the best young quarterbacks in this game. And then, so Shane right now is like, here's the thing, right? Take it back to a couple of years ago, right? And I'm not saying that Shane is. Well, what I'm saying is Shane's not the hottest household name by any means, but remember Justin Herbert coming out of the draft 3 to 4 years ago? He was this insanely talented athlete, this really good quarterback that just needed some refinement. We saw the exact same narrative around Jalen Hurts too, coming out of Bama and Oklahoma. And so ultimately it's the exact same narrative here with Anthony Richardson. Insanely talented athlete, just an inexperienced quarterback, but the traits are all there. So is it like the hottest pick? No. Is it the right pick? Yes, for now, but time will tell.
And I'm still stunned about the Texans trade. It's an
That was
incredible trade. They really needed that. You know, they needed to inject some life into that franchise that has been on such a downhill, pretty much. You know, with the Deshaun Watson sexual assault case, Jack Easterby fiasco, and then the McNairs making some off racist comments about Asian Americans and COVID and stuff like that. It's just one negative after another, and I tell you, they're not playing around. You know, for a lot of rumors that you know, the Texans GM was that Nick Caserio.
Yeah,
were rumored to be on his way out, and I don't know if that's still the case, but if he's going out after this draft, I tell you, he really swung for the fence and made a huge mark on this draft for sure.
Yeah, I think he drafted tonight as if he's not guaranteed the future, right? Like,
right. His life is on dependent on it or something like that.
It's kind of like Ryan Pace in 2021. I mean, he traded away future assets to get quarterback of the future, even if he wasn't going to be there to be with that quarterback in the future. You got to do what you got to do to, you know, keep your job for the future. Which I think Caserio is definitely going to keep his job, given these picks. But
right, but they have the extra number 1 pick from Browns that they can, you know, mortgage thanks to that you know, Watson trade. That at least whatever good that came out of is that you know, Houston got the how many number 1 picks is that? 3-4 years?
3 years, yeah, I think 3 years. Yep.
So 22, 23, 24.
No, I think it was 2022 first one, then 2023, then. Oh, that's what you said, right?
Yeah, 22,
Yeah.
23, 24, right?
Yeah. Right. You're right. Yeah.
Okay. Now, given that
Yep.
both Browns and the Texans are pretty bad as a franchise anyway, that could be, maybe like more like a top 10, top 12. So one of them, they can play around with it, or at least say, you know what, here, you could have it. So that at least they can make that gamble, which is not something that the Bears could not have done, unfortunately, when they move up to get Justin Fields. But
All right, this pick is super important. Seattle right now, because they're probably the biggest contenders to go for Jalen Carter. I don't think. I mean, I guess other people could also select Jalen Carter from like 6 to 8, but this is our
Right.
biggest competition right now. If Seattle
it's
goes
either Carter or Tyree Wilson, in my opinion.
yeah,
There's a third option right now going on with the Seahawks guys.
Levis,
Nope.
what
Is
position?
it a corner?
No, Seattle's working the phones.
Oh, right now? Uh-oh.
Trading back? The trade back, right?
Yep. Oh,
Okay,
yeah.
maybe this could be Philadelphia moving up. This could be Philadelphia moving up, giving 10 and 30 to get Jalen Carter. They want Carter. I know it's been rumored for all throughout the day. And I've been tweeting that the Eagles at least have a support system with Nakobe Dean and Devontae Wyatt, two standouts from, Georgia, teammates. At least they can make sure that, Jalen can doesn't, fall off a cliff off the field. Yeah. So there's at least a strong, buddy system, if you will, that they can make sure that the Carter can, thrive in an environment. And listen, they also went to the Super Bowl, so there's a much better leadership aspect of it.
Yeah.
On a defense, with Darius Slay as a, one of the defensive leaders. And then they also have, Jalen Hurts, who just got paid. So,
I was thinking
Lane
somebody might want to
Johnson,
come
Jason Kelsey. They have a lot of good leaders on that team that came very close to, winning the Super Bowl. So I think Eagles can at least afford to gamble on a talent like Jalen Carter.
All right, here we go. So,
quarterback, Will Levis right now. If
is he on the phone?
Pick is in. No, so it didn't get traded. Seahawks made the pick. So this might be Jalen Carter.
You guys can breathe a sigh of relief.
It's not Jalen Carter?
Nope. It's your guy.
Skoronski?
Devon Witherspoon? Wait, my guy you said? Or?
Yep, it's your guy.
Witherspoon, right? No way. What? They weren't even mentioned to draft Devon Witherspoon. That's crazy. Wow. Sorry, by the way, we spoiled this for you guys watching. We won't spoil any future picks. I just had to ask
Wait, who was it?
Devon Witherspoon, the cornerback from Illinois. He went to
the
Seahawks.
My God. Wow.
Yeah.
Well.
That is insane. I didn't see a single mock draft with Devon Witherspoon going to the Seahawks. I saw him in Detroit, basically every mock draft.
Yeah, Detroit was thought that a lot of mock drafts had Devon Witherspoon, your guy from Illinois. So,
dude, now it really I think Vegas and Atlanta's pick is gonna be much different now, right? Because they're projected to get the cornerbacks in most mock drafts because they have big secondary needs. So I wonder if one of them would go after Jalen Carter. Probably not the Raiders because they've already had so much trouble with players getting in trouble off the field. But Falcons, I mean, that's Atlanta, Georgia. That could make a lot of sense. Or it could be Bijan Robinson. Yeah.
This is boy, I tell you what, Detroit could take Carter, but I don't know if they're willing to gamble another, player with a trouble history, given what they did with the two players who got released immediately with the gambling last week.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Well, here's the thing. If you're okay, so if you're the Lions, and I wrote this in my NFC North draft preview, but you took Aiden Hutchinson last year with the
Yeah.
second overall pick, and I think he's going to be a phenomenal pass rusher. You also have James Houston, who was like a fifth or sixth round pick from last year, developed into a solid edge rusher. He's certainly got starting caliber talent. And so then it begs the question in terms of, do you go ahead and do you take another top defensive prospect, or do you kind of go ahead and say, hey, you know what? Let's hold off. Let's add to the trenches. But the problem with that is the Lions have a solid offensive line. I mean, this is a team that's 2 years removed from taking offensive tackle Penei Sewell. So the Lions are one of the biggest mysteries for this draft. And so it's a situation where I could certainly see Detroit going with a defensive lineman. But then again, the buzz in Kansas City is that everyone I've talked to that's there right now is reinforcing Mike Greenberg's report, which is that Jalen Carter to the Bears.
Really? Damn. I mean, I really wonder also if anybody's going to trade up for Jalen Carter, because I know Atlanta, there's been rumors about them wanting to trade back. So, like, if Philadelphia wants to jump us to get Jalen Carter, that could be a possibility.
Very interesting. So this is where things gets interesting, Bears, yeah, I agree. I been tweeting today that I met a couple of well-respected draft / football experts at a pre-draft party yesterday, and they both told me that if Carter is available at 9, it's a slam dunk. And it's because apparently Ryan Poles promised his camp that they're taking him at 9 if he makes it there. Now, if you remember, his agent Drew Rosenhaus said, they're canceling all the workouts with the teams outside of top 10, if you remember.
Yeah.
It makes sense now. If he gets to 9, then that's probably the lowest that they, Carter can drop, and the Bears will be able to scoop it up. And I've been kind of trying to talk myself into accepting the fact that Carter, with all the troubles that he's gone through in such a short amount of time, that he will at least help transform that defense. And
I mean, he will. I mean, that's the thing, because, like, on the field, if he just stays, out of trouble, like, he's going to be a monster in the middle of the defense. He's going to be by far, the best talent available in this class. He led the nation in pressures last year, on the defensive line. So it just really depends on if, like, Ryan Poles thinks that he has the minds in the room to, like, mold him and make sure he's not going to get in trouble, and make sure he's going to be giving his 100%, during the game. So
now here's an interesting tidbit that I also found out about Carter, which I tweeted on my Twitter. Apparently, this person told me that he is still drag racing. Apparently.
Oh shoot. I mean, that's. It'll be interesting to see if that's actually the case, right? Because if it is, I mean, I feel like Ryan Poles would take him off the board then.
Oh boy, Zona just.
What?
Oh god.
Did something happen? Oh. Wait, did a trade happen or something? Or trade happen?
Yeah.
Oh shit! Eagles moved up.
Jalen Carter. That has to be.
Oh no.
No. We've got the Lions and Cardinals trading picks, and so the Cardinals are now at 6th overall. Yep.
Oh my god.
For
They're
who?
probably picking.
Oh, is it Paris Johnson Jr.?
Yeah, that's my pick too. Oh shit.
We've got so many crazy trades today.
Man, I cannot believe this.
I'm trying not to check the chat because I'm sure the chat is going to spoil what's happening right now. So sorry if I'm not reading you guys' comments. I'll read comments after the Bears pick is in, because then I don't care what happens.
Man, Jesus Christ. There's so many trades happening. Wow.
All right, so Detroit gets 12 and 34.
That's it. To go back
Yeah.
to what are they going back to 12 then?
Yeah.
Right?
So timeline of it was Arizona traded 3 to 12. Texans moved up to 3, and then the Cardinals used that 12th overall pick to get back into the top 10 and trade to 6th overall, which was originally the Lions pick. So now the Lions are back at 12 overall. So the positive of this, if you're a Bears fan watching at home, is that Detroit's probably out of the running for Jalen Carter, so you won't have to face him twice a year. Because I could certainly see Arizona taking Jalen.
Well, Cardinals certainly suffered a lot of loss on defense. J.J. Watt retired, Zach Allen left. It does make sense. It's either Tyree Wilson or Paris Johnson, perhaps, that the Cardinals are looking at.
On the board too. I mean, Tyree Wilson was projected to go top 3, top 4 in many mock drafts I saw. So that could be another Bears pick too, because I know the Bears need edge, obviously, and Eberflus likes the longer, bigger guys at defensive end.
Man, this draft is bonkers already.
It's been nuts.
I don't remember this many trades happening.
Yeah, in the top 10 already. Hey, it's not even been the top 10. It's only the top 6 so far.
Oh, okay. Looks like I think we know who it is.
Yeah, I don't know who it is, so
yeah, I'm keeping my mouth shut on this one.
All right. That actually isn't that much to trade up though. Only giving number 33.
No, 34. Yeah, 12 and 34 just to move up to 6. That's not a huge steep price to pay at all.
Usually it takes a future first round pick to even go up 6 or 7 spots in the top 10-ish range.
Excuse me.
All the Lions fans that were boasting about them having Jalen Carter, at least we don't have to listen to them right now. Because I was actually scared about that as a Bears fan. If the Lions got Jalen Carter, that would have been the final missing piece on their team. I mean, they don't have many other needs right now.
Yep.
This is almost up. Yeah, got 3 more picks. So next 2 Carter.
Is there anybody else joining us later or close to the Bears pick?
Not tonight. I have tonight it's only us.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll see about tomorrow because I'm probably gonna be at House Hall and Saturday too. But
oh damn, doing interviews there or something. Oh
yeah,
Paris
we're pretty much
here. Wow,
it's Paris Johnson, huh?
They really did like him that much.
Well, they have to appease Kyle Murray to a degree,
Yeah. 2 more picks between the Bears and Jalen Carter. I don't think Vegas is going to select Jalen Carter. Atlanta could. Atlanta could be a wild card. Oh, my God. We might actually do it. What's chat thinking right now? I'll read chat right now because...
Yeah, I can't explain anything there.
Yeah.
Look, again, I'm trying to talk myself into accepting the fact that Carter's a Bear. And I do worry that, I'm not trying to be facetious when I say this, given what I just said about his penchant for, drag racing and stuff like that. I worry that either he could kill someone behind the wheel, or even worse, he could kill himself, literally, if this is indeed true. This is something that we're going to have to worry almost every year if Carter is a Bear. It's kind of like what happened with the Celtics back in 1986. For those of you who are not familiar, because Len Bias, was taken 2nd overall by the Celtics, who won the NBA Finals, and Len Bias did one blow of cocaine and he died immediately. even before playing a single game. So I do worry about something like, with Carter, his immaturity problems. I'm like, oh my God. I just hope that Carter learned his lessons.
Yeah, some people think they're pretty invincible.
Yeah. We'll have to see. I mean, I don't think Atlanta's going to go for, or sorry, I don't think Raiders are going to go for Carter, just with all the trouble they've had with players getting in trouble off the field. So I really do feel like Atlanta is probably the only team standing in front of us getting Jalen Carter.
Right. I'm looking at the comments. People saying, hey, what the fuck this guy's saying. Okay, well, look. Like I said, I'm trying to talk myself into accepting that Carter's a Bear and that hopefully he learned his lessons. I understand the argument can be made that there, how many of us when they were in their late teens or 20s got into some, crazy stuff, maybe not to the level of Carter's, in that maybe, we all we can all learn from our own little transgressions. And obviously I've gone through my own, maybe not to the level of what Carter went through several weeks ago, months ago. But and for the record, I don't think Ryan Pauls all of a sudden is on blast or is on the hot seat for taking Jalen Carter at 9. I do feel that if you're going to back up Justin Fields, why not take the the best offensive lineman? I think that's
well, the thing is, you can also get offensive line maybe on day 2. I know it's not ideal, but I guess it depends on it kind of just comes down to best player available at that point, right? Because I don't think, even though I love Darnell Wright, I'm not sure he's on the level of a Jalen Carter. So I'd be happy with the Jalen Carter, I'd be happy with the Darnell Wright or with the Broderick Jones, but I think the talent in Jalen Carter is just it might be too much to pass up, right? Because the Bears, you guys have to remember, the Bears had the 32nd ranked defense in the NFL last year. We had a horrible defense, and did we make enough moves to make our defense much better this year? I mean, we added a bunch of linebackers, really good linebackers, a couple linemen, but we didn't do enough to fully address the defense. So I do think it could be, if Jalen Carter's on the board, I think there's a really good chance it's going to be Jalen Carter for the Bears. But I know it's going to be super controversial among the Bears fan base, because I know a lot of people do not want him on the Bears whatsoever. But we'll have to. Right. We could also trade back too. I mean, trading back is an option as well, which Iceman talked about, right? If somebody wants to go up for Jalen Carter, if we don't want to take the risk, go back to 12, 17 something, get an offensive tackle there. So that could be on the board as well. Tyree Wilson too. That's a good point. Tyree Wilson is still on the board, which, I mean, that's a really good player that you're getting with, no off the field issues. He has a foot injury. Reportedly that's why he's falling so far, probably, but hopefully the foot injury is not, anything too major.
Doesn't he have a screw in his knee or something like that?
I'm not sure about the knee. I know he has a foot.
Foot. Doesn't he have a screw in his foot?
I'm not sure. I mean, I just read about him having foot issues earlier, a couple weeks ago, but.
Hey, the Raiders took a D lineman.
Uh-oh.
Is it actually Jalen Carter? I can't think. It might be Tyree Wilson. It's probably Tyree Wilson, actually.
Okay. Right. Hold on.
There's no chance they took Jalen Carter with all the trouble they've been having with those players.
Okay. I'm still looking, but oh, man. Okay.
It's got to be Tyree Wilson or Jalen Carter or Nolan Smith. Probably not Nolan Smith.
Man.
I mean, all I'm saying is Max Crosby is gonna have a nice running mate for the next few years.
Running mate on the opposite side or on the interior?
On the opposite side.
On the opposite side. Okay, so it's not Jalen Carter.
Probably,
We might actually end up getting Jalen Carter.
probably Wilson.
I don't
Well,
know.
now I'll
probably
say
not.
this, right? Watch for Howie Roseman in Philly with Atlanta.
Yeah, with Atlanta. Yeah, that's a good point.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, so Urban Menace says Detroit traded down. Yes, they traded down from the 6 to number 12, and Cardinals gave up their second round pick just to trade 6 spots down. Yes.
I guess it could be Nolan Smith. I mean, because he only confirmed that it was going to be edge rusher. He didn't say which one. That's probably Tyree Wilson.
Here we go.
Tyree Wilson. Yep.
Yep, Wilson.
Good pick.
So the Raiders bolstered their pass
Oh
rush
my
with
God.
Crosby. They still have Chandler Jones. Maybe Wilson is probably a heir apparent to Jones that he can learn at least from year one as a rookie.
Yeah. Bruh, Bears are almost on the board.
Folks, all right, let's buckle up here. Number 8.
Basically.
Now, I do feel that maybe Falcons might move 2 spots down and get an extra pick, and
only
maybe select Bijan Robinson at number 10. It will be probably more viable, perhaps. And then the Eagles move up to 8th, just 1 spot ahead of the Bears, and steal Jalen Carter from the Chicago Bears.
Right.
You know what
What's
I don't
next?
think anyone's mentioned so far is that Jalen Carter had visits with all these teams in the top 10, which originally included Detroit. So, and Detroit's sitting there at 12. So Detroit's the one team outside the top 10 that's done their homework extensively on Jalen Carter. So it would not be surprised to see these next 4 teams pass on Jalen, and then the Lions scoop him up and still get all the extra draft capital they have, because the Lions between today and tomorrow, first and second round, are loaded. You're looking at 12 and 18, and then you're looking at 34, 48, and 55. So that's 5 picks in the first 2 rounds.
All right, 5 minutes left for Atlanta to pick. It could be Christian Gonzalez here too, the cornerback from Oregon, because I know Atlanta has some secondary needs too. They traded for a guy from the Lions. Forgot his name. Jeff Okuda. They traded for
Right.
a couple weeks ago. So could be Christian Gonzalez. In which case, do you guys think if Jalen Carter's on the board, it's definitely going to be Jalen Carter for the Bears?
Yeah, I 100% believe it's Jalen Carter for the Chicago Bears.
Yeah, I'm kind of 50-50. I still think it could be offensive line, but I mean, Jalen Carter is just too good to pass up at this point at number 9 for a team that needs defense help.
If the Eagles said, "Hey, listen, if we'll give you 10 and 30."
Go!
What?
Let's
Okay, I'm assuming that means it's not Jalen Carter going right now. It's probably not Jalen Carter.
Yep.
All right, guys. Next pick, we're definitely not going to spoil. So Jalen Carter is going to be on the board for the Bears to select. Are they going to make the move? Let me know down below in the comments. Do you guys think Jalen Carter is going to be the pick? Bears are on the clock right now. Okay. Now I'm not going to check any more comments.
Okay. Falcons. So
Yeah.
Falcons already made the pick. Yeah, I can spoil it, right?
Well, I guess they didn't make the pick officially, but yeah, you can spoil it. What was the pick?
Okay,
Bijan
Falcons.
Robinson.
Yes, as expected.
Christian Gonzalez?
No, Bijan Robinson. Like many. had
Bijan.
predicted.
Oh my god! No way.
No, Carter was
Oh
not
my
taken.
God.
Now the Bears are on the clock. I think
Bears
the
are
Falcons
on the clock.
did not.
Bears
announce the
are
pick
on
yet.
the clock.
Bears are on the clock, folks. The Bears are on the clock. I'll be right back.
Shot poured out.
Can you pour one for me?
Yeah, you got it.
I'll take a shot on stream if the Bears actually do end up drafting Jalen Carter.
You're gonna take a shot either way.
Yeah. What do you think it could be if it's not Jalen Carter? Darnell Wright, potentially?
Hey, Skoronski, they did their homework on him.
Yeah.
I think
Christian
right
Gonzalez.
now. Yeah, I think right now the way it's going is if you don't trade back, it's either going to be Jalen Carter or it is going to be Peter Skoronski.
Yeah. We could be trading back too. I mean, if some team wants to come up for Jalen Carter, if we don't want Jalen Carter, that could be a
Right.
potential option.
Again,
But
if
I think we're
the Eagles says we'll give you 10 and 30, do the deal, please.
Yeah.
Do the deal.
10 and 30, yeah, probably, yeah.
10 and 30, yes. 10 and 30.
And then
would
you
be,
get Darnell Wright at number 10. But I really think they're staying right now and selecting Jalen Carter. Oh my God. Can you imagine though, just from an optics point of view, like trading down from number 1 to number 9, getting DJ Moore, getting a first round pick, 2 second round picks, and selecting the guy you would have selected probably a number 1. I mean, that's like a movie type of thing, right? Like the movie Draft Day. That's kind of what happened in Draft Day, or it could have happened in Draft Day. So it would be a big flex for Ryan Poles to select Jalen Carter here, even though it's risky, I know, but that would be amazing. All right, Usaid, give us like no reactions at all. Like for
You
your
guys know
reaction-
every year you don't get a reaction out of me from when it comes to the Bears.
Oh yeah, we know that one. We know that one.
Just go back 2 years because I know who the pick is. I'm just not going to spoil it.
All right, good.
I've accepted the, it's Carter. Yeah, I'm kind of, I accepted it, yes.
Also, guys in the chat, don't look at the chat if you want it spoiled, because I'm sure people in the chat are going to spoil the pick. So if you don't want the pick spoiled, do not look at the chat. Watch the stream, though. We won't be spoiling it. All right. I can't believe they actually selected Bijan Robinson. I mean,
hey, he was going to go top 10. That's the thing. And they have Desmond
Yeah.
Ritter there. So
but man, they have so many like defensive line needs still. I feel like shit. Okay, let's see.
the Bears got more capital.
What?
What?
Yep.
Oh my God! Is it the?
Okay,
oh my
wait,
God! It's
wait,
with
don't-
the Eagles, right?
don't
Is
say-
it with the Eagles?
Don't say anything. Don't say anything. You can type it in
Okay.
the chat with Steven. Do not spoil it. I wanna see it
I'm
live
not.
on
I
TV.
won't spoil it. I won't spoil it. Okay.
Damn. So we really did not like Jalen Carter then. I guess he had just bad interviewing then.
Oh my God! Oh my God! This is gonna be.
Oh, this mad lad actually traded down again. We traded down already, like from 1 to 9. I'm not gonna check chat. I know we have 40 new comments right now. I'm not gonna read any of them. I'm sorry. I want to have this live experience. Dang. Okay. You know, I'm actually okay with trading back though, because I think we're getting offensive line if we trade back, depending on how far we trade back.
My TV that I'm playing in the other room is a bit slow because I'm using Fubo TV and the streaming is very, very slow right now. There's just
Oh.
announcing the Falcons pick right now. Oh my God.
No, we're seeing the Falcons pick right now too. So I don't think you're that delayed actually, because we're live. So
I mean, hey, how about that core they have in Atlanta now? You have Drake London, Kyle Pitts, added them in 2021, 2022.
Oh,
and
wait.
Bijan Robinson.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Is it okay? Ian Rappaport is just reporting now.
Yeah, you can say it. Yeah, you can say it. I want to know.
Okay, the Eagles have moved up one spot now. This is official. They're on the
What
clock.
did we get?
I don't know. This is something.
A 4th round pick next year, guys.
Oh, okay.
That's it? Okay.
Well, listen, it's just one spot. We're not getting 30.
That's true, yeah.
I know this was a bit rich.
Yeah, with the Eagles. The Eagles are going to get Jalen Carter.
Yeah, this is official. Yeah, this is 100% official. Okay, so the Bears, yeah, it's official. 10th and 4th in 2024. Yeah. Everybody. You probably guessed it why they moved up. So at number 10, the Bears. Okay, so Darnell Wright, Peter Skoronski is still on the board.
Yeah.
Who will be like the craziest pick that you can think of at number 10?
Jackson Smith-Njigba.
Oh,
if you want another receiver. Yeah.
Oh, man.
Dang. I'm kind of still. I guess I shouldn't be disappointed that we only got a 4th round pick because we only traded down one spot. Like you can't expect that much to go down one spot. I guess the Bears gave up a 3rd round pick to go up for Trubisky, 2 3rd round picks and a 4th round pick, but that was like from 3 to 2. So 9 to 10 is not that big of a jump. Jalen Carter. I bet a lot of people are mad right now. A lot of Bears fans are probably mad, but I'll try to trust Ryan Poles on this one because it's a good point, right? Because our locker room is so young right now, right? Like we don't have the veterans that Philadelphia has, which Philadelphia can afford to take a swing like this, and even if it doesn't work, they're fine because they already have veterans. They already have a good defensive line, so it's kind of like a luxury pick for them, I'd say.
Right, and I'm going to point out what I just said earlier. The Eagles have Nakobe Dean and Devontae Wyatt, 2 teammates from the University of Georgia. They have a support system, like you said, with a veteran defense, Hassan Riddick, Darius Slay, and then on the offensive side they have Jason Kelsey and Jalen Hurts, who got paid. So I think the Eagles are in a better position to make that take that risk. I should say than the Bears because of the Bears, lack of leadership. The Bears do have some leaders, particularly Eddie Jackson on defense, who went through so much off the field the last couple of years. So, and then Justin Fields with his infectious work ethic and everything, but I just think that maybe the Bears weren't ready to take that risk with
it's understandable. I'm not going to be super mad about this trade back unless if Jalen Carter turns out to be a Hall of Famer, it's going to be pretty tough to stomach this, but there's also so much off the field concerns. A lot of teams did not even want to touch him, so I'm okay with it. Let's see what the Bears get at number 10, though. Well, first, let's see what Philadelphia's pick is. I'm assuming it's Jalen Carter.
Yeah, it's Jalen Carter, I believe.
It's Jalen Carter. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, now I'm going to have to kind of talk myself into accepting it's Peter Skoronski because I know the Bears certainly seem to like the local guys. They brought in, T.J. Edwards, I believe, the linebacker from Lake Villa who play for the Eagles by way of Wisconsin.
I don't know if it would be Peter Skoronski, just because of the arm length, though. I guess it could be. Maybe they think his tape is so good that the arm length doesn't matter. at tackle. So
Right.
I guess it really depends on what they think. Because I think now number 10 is going to be Darnell Wright. Because I've heard they're super high on Darnell Wright. We have a big need at right tackle. It would make a lot of sense. 4th round pick.
I know some people on Twitter are pissed that the Bears only got a 4th round pick next year for moving down one spot instead of probably getting one this year. Now, keep in mind, Eagles only have 5 picks this year.
We already have the 4th round pick from this year, from the Robert.
Right. No, I'm talking about the the Eagles only giving up next year's next year's 4th round pick. Now, keep in mind, I believe the Eagles only have 5 picks this year because they kind of traded away picks for veterans in their Super Bowl runs. So you can probably get, I was probably a little bit wishful thinking, saying maybe 10 and 30 for, just to move up one spot. So that was probably a wishful thinking on my part. So, yep, it's a 4th round pick in 2024 for those who are just joining us now.
All right, Bears are on the clock now. Please don't spoil it at all. I'm not going to read anything.
Okay, no.
I'm pretty sure it's going to be offensive line. Right now, if I had to guess, it's probably going to be Darnell Wright or Broderick Jones. Those are my 2 picks. Oh, my God. All right. Our shot had to be delayed. We'll still take a shot if we draft Darnell Wright. He's a really good player, too, that didn't get
Hey, they got my guy that I've been high on since pretty much December. So I kickstarted the Senior Bowl talk on this app. So we're good.
The pick is already in. I'm thinking it's Darnell Wright. It has to be Darnell Wright then.
Yeah, it has to be Darnell Wright.
Please be Darnell Wright. I love this guy.
Starter.
I was okay with selecting this guy at number 9. I mean, I'm even happier that we traded back and at least got something to get Darnell Wright. I'm pretty sure it's Darnell Wright. I'm not checking chat right now, so I'm sure the pick has already been revealed. But all right, guys, I'm gonna stand up with this pick. All right. Come on. Damn, he's emotional.
Who is emotional?
He lost a lot of money.
yeah, he did. Just thinking of the that he lost.
Darnell Wright. Sorry, excuse me. Jalen Carter's emotional.
Yeah.
I don't blame him. After all what he went through in the last couple of months.
Bro, come on, Darnell Wright. Come on, Poles. Come on, Poles. Darnell Wright will be the smart pick. Bears have a big need at right tackle. He shut down Will Anderson. He shut down B.J. Ojulari, allowed 0 sacks in the SEC. He'd be a very good pick at number 10. Come on.
I totally agree.
The pick has been in for 2 minutes now, 3 minutes.
Yeah, that's about.
They still want to show his
yeah, they're pretty good at that.
ceremony.
Yeah.
Wait, Darnell Wright didn't get invited though to the draft, I think though. So it's gonna be a virtual thing if he actually gets selected. So
why didn't he get invited?
I'm not sure. I mean, I saw Ian Rappaport tweet that there's only one offensive lineman invited, which I think it was Pierce Johnson Jr. Darnell Wright. The people want
a shot, please.
We'll take a shot if it's Darnell Wright. Come on. You better not be freaking some random guy I've never heard of.
Usaid, you're muted. You're muted.
Bro, you're muted.
You're muted. You're muted.
Of course he is. He's just talking his head off right now. Oh, he doesn't have his headphones in right now either.
Oh, that's why.
Yeah.
Bro, we can't hear you. All right, we're missing out on some very good analysis right now.
Dude, you're muted. Look at the screen.
I think he knows it now.
There we go.
Yeah,
There we go.
Yeah.
Yes.
Aha. Wait, no. Now he's looking down.
All right, Darnell Wright, come on. Darnell Wright. They're showing Darnell Wright highlights right now. He's the right tackle right there.
Yeah. The circled guy?
Yeah. No, the circle guy was Jalen Carter.
Oh, of course they are.
Against Tennessee, because
Okay.
I mean Georgia blew out Tennessee, right? I think they won by a lot.
Georgia beat Tennessee, I think, about a week or two after Tennessee beat Alabama.
Yeah, that sounds right.
I think Wright put himself on the map by shutting out Will Anderson. That's how I think people started to notice about Darnell Wright.
People want Darnell Wright. Come on, Pulls. Come on. Come on. Announce the pick. Come on. Dude, the wait for Justin Fields back in 2021 was insane when we first traded up because they made us wait like a full 6-7 minutes, I think, because they had like an ad read or something, and then they had like some other people come on the stage.
And then when they announced the pick, he just paused for like a few seconds.
Yeah, they had a person like talk about something else at first too. So we had to be waiting for a long time.
Yeah.
Eagles fans are happy. They should be.
Yeah.
But we're also getting
that
a good
was
player.
quite the reaction in the Eagles watch party.
Oh yeah.
Is that like a team store or something?
Yeah, it could be.
That's what it looked like.
It might have been like a watch party in Philadelphia, in the stadium.
Okay. Tennessee has 3.5 minutes left.
Damn,
they haven't
really?
announced the Bears. Okay.
Bears pick. Okay.
Here they are.
Wait. Darnell Wright! Let's go! Let's go! What a pick, Ryan Poles! Let's go!
Good job. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yep.
All right.
They
All right. Shot on street.
they wanted to stand by Justin Fields.
I did mine.
Excellent pick in my opinion.
Yeah. There you go.
All right. Shot, guys.
Oh, you can't even see it. Oh, well.
Yeah, sorry I didn't take it on stream, but let's go. I'm happy with that pick. That's a really good pick. Justin Fields finally has some help. Let's freaking go.
Have some pizza to that.
Hell yeah. I gotta see what Twitter is saying. What do you guys think about the pick? I'm obviously very happy, but
yeah, hold on. I'm tweeting right now.
Yeah. I mean, I took this guy in like all of my mock drafts in the past like 2-3 months. Like, I love this guy, and we got him. We freaking got him. We have a damn good offensive line brewing right now with Darnell Wright, Braxton Jones, left tackle. If we get a center, that's the only position right now we really need. I mean,
yeah, I mean, you look at Darnell Wright, and I think there was no doubt in my mind that he was one of the top guys in this draft in terms of offensive tackles. I think that he wasn't necessarily in the same tier as a player like a Paris Johnson Jr., but he was just about up there. When you look at kind of the Bears and the Bears draft room, I mean, it's very clear that they went into this offseason knowing that they were going to have to address offensive tackle, essentially not getting Jalen Carter, I think, was in the reaction moment only for a 4th round pick, but ultimately you do get Darnell Wright for basically trading back one spot and an additional 4th round pick in 2024. He's a player that lit it up at the Senior Bowl. The concerns about him being too big, I think that those were overshadowed, because if you're a great coaching staff, you're going to figure out a way for great players to fit into your scheme. I do agree Sorso's definitely got a much higher ceiling than Paris Johnson Jr. I mean, with Darnell Wright, He's huge. You're going to put him on the left side. This signals to me that Braxton Jones is indeed moving to right tackle, which, quite frankly, is fine anyway. And so when you look at this, I mean, the Bears are in a situation where they kind of neglected offensive tackle all throughout the offseason. The Bears were in on Mike McGlinchey along with Orlando Brown Jr. Those never really materialized due to price, but you go and you get the next best guy on the draft board, which at this point is right. So it's, I think, a win-win for both teams here, for both sides here, I should say.
100%.
Yeah, I think it's a great message that
Yeah.
they're sending, at least to the fan base and even Justin Fields, that, he has to stand upright. He was pressured so many times last year, despite his brilliance. I think no matter where they put Wright, whether it's, left or right tackle, I think you have a legitimate day one starter, even if at right tackle, at least maybe this year. We'll see, what kind of an offseason Braxton Jones is having, and if he's ready to, be a left tackle. And I hope that the Bears don't mess around if they feel like, okay, Darnell Wright's probably better at the left tackle than a right tackle. You don't want to drag this in, into deep into the season.
Yeah. Because he played left tackle back in 2021, I think, 2021. He didn't play all that great, according to the PFF at least. So he broke out, playing at right tackle last year. So I think right tackle is definitely his better position. But we'll have to see, where the Bears view him. I still think they view him as a right tackle, just because Braxton Jones, showed a lot of good improvement down the stretch at left tackle. So I think it's going to be the right tackle now for the future, which is a really good pick if that's the case. I mean, I know people think that right tackles, they shouldn't be drafted this high, but there's a lot of right tackles making a lot of money right now. I mean, all the Bears fans wanted us to pay a lot of money for a Caleb McGarry or like a Orlando Brown Jr. So I'm very happy with drafting one in the first round.
Hey, I tweeted last week the Bears were going to take Darnell Wright, so we're good,
Did, yeah. I also, in my mock draft, again, I selected Darnell Wright in my latest mock draft as well. So we've all been it's like the same thing as 2021. Like in 2021, you had also predicted Justin Fields to the Bears. And in my video too, I predicted Bears to get Justin Fields, and same thing this year. That's wild.
So what you're saying is this, right?
Yeah.
So what you're saying is that we need to do the live stream every single year at this point because it's becoming an annual tradition.
We do. I mean, we did one last year though. Last year it didn't work out. You were on the stream last year, right? I think so.
No, I don't think I was. I wasn't on for round one, and then yeah.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, right. Yeah, yeah. We got to get you on every year at this point. I mean, we're getting our favorite picks every year by doing this.
All right, so Tennessee just put in their pick.
Damn.
Tennessee at 11. I don't think it's Will Levis. I know they're desperate for quarterback, and I know there were rumors that they were ready to deal Tannehill and Derrick Henry, but maybe after C.J. Stroud went number 2 overall, I think Tennessee says that, you know what, F it. We're just going to pick probably whoever's high on their board, I guess.
The lion's gonna lion.
Oh, really?
Wait, don't tell me. I don't want it spoiled. Well, actually,
did they trade down again?
Nope.
Did they select a quarterback?
Nope.
Peter Skoronski, Titans. Wow. Yeah.
Okay, yep. That's I kept my mouth shut on that one, but interesting. So, maybe he's the guy that will replace what was that Nate Davis that the Bears signed from Tennessee.
Good point. Yeah. They also signed the guy from the Eagles. Forgot his name, like the extra offensive lineman they had. We used their left tackle this year, I know.
Oh yeah, I know. I think I know who you're thinking. The name is escaping me, but that was the guy from Andre Dillard.
Dillard, yeah. Yep. Dillard is going to be their left tackle next year.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think they paid him a lot of money, so I'm thinking that he's probably going to be a starting left tackle at that point with how much money they paid him.
Okay, so there's an interesting tidbit about what the Bears passed out on the Jalen Carter. Do you mind if I read it?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay, so from Greg Gabriel, the former Bears front office man, he's saying that the key to Poles not taking Carter was answered back at the owners' meeting. Poles said in the interview that his locker room wasn't ready to bring in risks. So
that's totally fair. That's very fair. I mean, we talked about this on your podcast a lot. Like the Bears Bears don't have a veteran room right now to handle a Jalen Carter. Like it's going to be a big risk for the Bears to take on a guy like that has so many issues off the field. Which again, personally, I would have been okay with taking that risk, but Ryan Poles is the guy in charge. I trust him way more than I trust myself or any Bears fan. So I trust that decision right now.
Yeah. And again, I think the Eagles are more well equipped with the veteran leadership, and then his teammates from the 2021, the Georgia defense that won a national championship, if you remember. So,
yeah. All right, Lions pick is in. You know what the pick is, Steven?
Did you let me keep refreshing No, I won't say it.
Okay.
Oh, wow. Holy cow. I'm seeing that.
Okay, wait, don't say anything.
No, I'm not saying this. There's one gentleman that I follow on Twitter says, "You will not believe what Detroit just did." Oh, my God.
Detroit?
That's the tweet.
What is Detroit going to do?
Tweet. Oh, my God. Wow. Holy
Jahmyr Gibbs? What? What? What the? Oh, my God. I did not see a
Jahmyr Gibbs.
Jahmyr going that high. Oh my God. That is insane. The Lions, what are you doing? Oh my God. Dang. Wow. That is really, I did not.
Oh my goodness! Wow, Brad Holmes is making a huge gamble here.
There's already a team in Las Vegas,
right?
You can see why. Except he's fast. He's the guy who can take it the distance. You see him here, the vision, the building a great tackle. He's built well from the lower body on that from the hips on down. I saw that at his pro day. And he's just one of those guys who's a 3-down type of player. And there, you're gonna have a 3-headed monster in Detroit. So you Swift, he catch a lot of the backfield run, called inside outside the tackle. David Montgomery's as tough as they come. And this guy is the whole line end.
Wow, my goodness. Jahmyr Gibbs. Wow. So they have DeAndre Swift and they just signed David Montgomery and now they need another running back.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, I will say though, Jahmyr Gibbs was like one of my favorites for the Bears in the second round. But I was thinking like pick number 55 or like 50, like trading up maybe a little bit. But I wasn't thinking pick number freaking 12. Like, right. I don't think that's a good pick by the Lions.
No. I don't get it. Now, unless they're out on DeAndre Swift, who, by the way, looks somewhat similar in terms of skill set and the build to
Yeah,
Jahmyr Gibbs. Now, Gibbs is, I think, somewhat, 195? He's like barely 200 pounds, right?
yeah, he's pretty small. I think he's 5 foot. I think he's like 5'9" or 5'10", maybe. He might be taller. Actually, I'm not totally sure, but he's more of like a finesse rusher, right? Like he uses like speed, agility, acceleration. He's not a power back by any means. So it does kind of, yeah, it makes it pretty interesting that they signed Monty too to, you know, a 3-year deal. So they made two pretty decent investments in the running back position, which I don't get at all. I mean, they already had a pretty decent offense. They could have used the defensive line help. 5'9", 199 pounds. Dang. He is super short. I guess he's built fairly well if he's 199. But dang. Don Burr is punching the air right now. Yeah, he is. You know who that is? It's a Lions fan that's been commenting on all my videos for the past like 5 years at this point. Wow. Yeah, like every single video he's on there saying something about the Lions. That is insane. Yeah, Lions take a RB. LOL. I'm
Jesus
laughing so
Christ.
hard because every single Lions fan thought they were taking Jalen Carter this year. Like all of them were mocking Jalen Carter to the Lions, or Devon Witherspoon, which they couldn't even select. Traded
Right.
back for a running back. I mean, that
I
is-
just tweeted, is DeAndre Swift also going to be suspended or something? So
yeah, that's true.
seriously, wow.
I don't
I mean,
understand.
that was their first of their second pick that they traded from
Yeah.
number 6 to no, wait a minute, I'm sorry. That was 6 and 20. They originally had 6 and 20th. So
Yeah.
Houston, I'm sorry, that was the Cardinals traded from 3rd all the way to 12 with the Texans.
Yeah.
And then the Texans moved up to 6, I believe. I'm a little bit confused right now, so I
They moved to
apologize,
number 3.
folks.
They moved to number 3, Texans.
Okay.
Yo, okay, Mohawk the kid. He said the Lions took a running back, but the Bears have nobody to tackle them. Dude, we literally signed 2 of the best tackling linebackers in the NFL this offseason. Have you not been paying attention? Tremaine Edmonds and TJ Edwards, 2 of the best, especially TJ Edwards, one of the best tackling linebackers in the NFL, one of the best run defending linebackers too. Did you guys not want to help Justin Fields out? Like, if he went with Jalen Carter, there would be no tackle available in the second round to improve the offensive line for Justin Fields. I'm totally okay with
I'm totally okay with the linebackers.
Yeah.
I think Matt Eberflus, being a former linebackers coach for many years, before becoming a DC with the Colts and now the Bears head coach, I think he puts a lot of value on the linebackers, and signing one of the top free agents, both being a linebackers. I think they realized we needed help, and taking a linebacker, high after trading away, Roquan Smith, in the trading debt, would not have made any sense. I don't know if there's any linebacker be picked that high.
Oh, Packers
anyway.
pick. Packers pick. One second, Packers pick. Please don't be JSN. Please don't be JSN. Please do not be JSN.
Oh man,
You're good. It's not.
Oh.
Oh my God! They passed up on JSN. Oh my God! They
Yeah,
passed
it
up on
says
JSN.
Another fellow Asian, Southeastern Asian person that I follow, Anand Nanduri, says, "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Packers."
Oh my God, that's so funny. I knew they were not gonna.
You guys know who?
Yeah.
Lucas Van Ness is the
You
pick.
guys know who Van Ness is? You guys know who
Cole
Van
Komet's
Ness is dating? Cole Komet's sister.
Yes, Kokomet's sister.
Perfect. That's so funny. Oh my god. All right, we have to answer a question. I've had this on the screen for a while. Teddy Carras, please respond. Should we have taken the tackle from Northwestern? What do you guys think? I'll let you guys have the floor. Steven, do you want to answer first?
Okay, let me start. Because Usaid is eating, and he deserves a little bit of break. I would have been okay with Skoronski. I know the arm is a bit of an issue, 32-inch arms, but Joe Thomas, a future Hall of Famer, obviously he's a left tackle, played with I think 32-inch arms, so I would have been okay with him playing right tackle. I think he would have been a day one starter, but I don't know how much of an upside he has as being a tackle versus him being more of a guard. Now, if he doesn't pan out at guard, being a right tackle, they could always put him at the left guard, because it seems as though Tevin Jenkins is not being well thought of by the Bears brass. It seems that. There have been a lot of question marks, and his health is also a question mark as well. So I would have been okay with Skoronski, but I think they felt that Darnell Wright's upside was too good to pass up. So I would have been okay with Skoronski, but I will take Darnell Wright over Skoronski in terms of upside and the fact that I think his measurables are better than Skoronski, in my opinion.
What you're getting with Darnell Wright is a pure offensive tackle. And yeah, the Bears' next pick is 53rd overall in the second round for Marcy Life 365. But listen, what you're getting in Darnell Wright is you're getting a pure offensive tackle. Are you getting that with Peter Skoronski? That's a major question mark. I mean, we're forgetting that guys who come into the league with shorter arms in college, they end up kicking inside to guard. Now, I'm not going to diminish Peter Skoronski at all, but at the end of the day, it does become a question of positional value. What is more valuable to you as a team, as a franchise? And offensive tackle is always going to take the cake over an interior offensive lineman. So this is a situation where when we look at what the Bears were doing, it made more sense to take a pure offensive tackle than it did to take a guy who you can try out at tackle at the next level. But if he doesn't succeed, you are basically going with plan B. And I've always been of the opinion in the first round, your plan A has to pan out and be your plan A. If you're going to plan B, then it's not terrible, but it's also not maximizing the value of the pick either, especially in the top 10.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, you guys already said it, fully. Like, we had a need at tackle, and Ryan Poles does not like the guys that have short arms, and Peter Skoronski has very short arms, so he probably would have started at guard for us, and we already have two good guards, so I don't think it would have made sense to go for Peter Skoronski. We got the guy at tackle that probably fits our scheme the best. He fits the mold that Ryan Poles is looking for, nasty, physical offensive linemen, guys that have performed good against good competition. In the SEC, he allowed, 0 sacks last year, so I definitely think we got, maybe OT1 in this class. I mean, I know a lot of people had Paris Johnson Jr. number 1, but I had Paris Johnson Jr. and Darnell Wright ranked pretty similarly. So,
yeah, I think the Bears got the guy that they wanted it. I mean, maybe at 9 that would have probably might have caused a commotion, but I think, I agree. His upside is probably slightly better than Paris Johnson Jr. To a degree. It's probably because he got knocked down, probably second best tackle, because I think maybe he was seen more of a right tackle than a left tackle, where Paris Johnson played last year. So, but I'm very happy with the pick.
Yeah,
I think a commitment to protect Justin Fields in what is going to be a very important third season. And in order for him to take that step, they gotta make sure that the pass protection is sound. And I like what they did with the offensive line so far. Now, if they can get a decent center tomorrow, I think the Bears' offensive line is set for perhaps years to come.
Yeah.
And guys, there's two things to look at here. Number one, when we look at Skoronski and Lucas Van Ness, I mean, I was texting someone and I said, look, you do not be surprised based off the stuff I was hearing if you end up with one of the local Chicago area kids that grew up Bears fans in Packers uniforms, and that certainly happened with Van Ness going to Green Bay. The other guy I thought was going to be Peter Skoronski, but also how about this? The Bears had intel on Darnell Wright from day one. Why? Because Luke Getsy was one of the head coaches for the Senior Bowl team. So this was a front row seat in the making for a team that needed to badly add offensive tackles. And I can't hammer home enough the fact that so many people were kind of freaking out in terms of what was going to happen with the free agency class and in terms of what was going to happen with Ryan Poles not addressing the pick. But ultimately, people forget that there were at least 5 to 6 first-round prospects that were going to be called that were offensive tackles. I mean, we've already seen Paris Johnson Jr., Peter Skoronski, Darnell Wright go off the board. Broderick Jones just went 14th overall to the Steelers. So that's 4 guys right now that realistically, I think had the Bears taken, everybody would have been happy with, right? Some less than others, but again, you still got the number 2 offensive tackle on the board, or you could even say Johnson Jr. and Darnell Wright, 1A and 1B.
Yeah.
It is also such a breath of fresh air to see this team finally investing in the offensive side of the ball, because when we look at what the Bears did last year, and this comes from me being a high school football coach, right? Like the fundamental, as generic as it sounds, is running the ball and stopping the run. Okay, I understand. Unfortunately, people I think have this misconception because we now live in a pass-happy league. Where it's all about touchdowns and, the 60, 70-yard passes, but you can never get away from your fundamentals. So this is just a commitment to kind of what the Bears have been doing last season and how they're going to continue to build on it. And so we also have to keep in mind, guys, this is a franchise that's not known for making great picks in the first round. And it's not just going back to the Ryan Pace era, right? This is the first time the team's drafted an offensive tackle in the first round since 2011. It is the first time that this team has significantly invested in the quarterback position. So it's a scenario where, you don't necessarily, you may not like the Darnell Wright pick, but you cannot be mad at it either.
Yeah.
So there's 3 offensive tackle that has gone already. Paris Johnson Jr., Darnell Wright, and now Broderick Jones, who I know some mock draft had him going at 9. And now he went to the Steelers. Steelers move up from 17th to the 14th, swap picks with the New England. So I know there were rumors that the Steelers were looking to move up to 9, perhaps I know some people were joking that maybe they can give back the 32nd that the Bears gave up for Chase Claypool, but
I'm going to address
the offensive lineman is offensive line is on the run right now. I know the same person that I spoke yesterday. They said that they can expect about maybe 7 offensive tackles being taken. So there's 3 tackles already chosen. 1 Peter Skoronski, so that makes it probably 4 tackles. If you want to call Skoronski maybe a right tackle to start with. So there's a couple of others maybe that could be also taken. Matthew Bergeron of Syracuse, Anton Harrison, who I would have been okay with if the Bears traded into the 20s or something as the other 2 guys. So that's 6.
Right, Emiliano, I'm going to answer your question. So thanks for the donation, by the way. But he said that Poles traded number 32 for Claypool and Carter for a 4th. Poles has lost my trust and will forever regret this draft forever. Even the Titans took a better tackle. Thank you for the donation, but I 100% disagree with your take there because first of all, he didn't trade Carter for a 4th-round pick. He traded Carter for a 4th-round pick and Darnell Wright, one of the best tackles in the class. We didn't only trade, Carter alone for a 4th-round pick. I mean, I know a lot of Bears fans wanted Carter, but you do have to admit there was so much baggage off the field, and for a young team, it probably did not make sense to take on that baggage with all the young people we have in the locker room. I mean, I'm sure the same people that are, mad at Poles right now for passing on Carter, they're going to be silent if Carter, flunks out the league in a few years. I mean, because that's a real possibility with all the off the field stuff going on with, his character issues and all. So I disagree, but and with the Claypool thing, like he also said, trading number 32 for Claypool, we have to get over that right now because at the time, it was only like pick number 50 something, right? Like at the time, it was like a mid-second round pick. Like we didn't know that we were going to go all the way to being the worst team in the NFL at that time. Yeah. And we were actually, we had like a 500 record at that point. So I think you're being a little bit too harsh, Emiliano. Mm-hmm. Give him a little bit of time because I guarantee you these picks are going to look really good in a few years, especially Darnell Wright.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of fans were complaining about Justin Fields not getting enough protection. And when we picked the one of the best offensive linemen and people are just throwing, rocks at the, windows, literally. So, I mean, listen, we can't always get what we want, in life and others. So, if you wanted, offensive lineman, why not just go with the best offensive tackle available? The Bears have neglected the offensive line for such a long period of time because the last time that the Bears, I think, selected an offensive lineman, even in the first round, was Gabe Karimi back in 2011, if I'm not mistaken.
I think it was Kyle Long in 2013.
Right. Yeah, I'm sorry. Maybe tackle. I'm sorry. Offensive tackle. I should say offensive tackle, if I'm not mistaken. Wasn't Gabe Karimi like a right tackle?
Yeah, he big bust. Yeah, back in 2011, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, and it was just a total bust. I think he was injured as well, and even if you have to go back, 2011, and then you go back to like 2008. Chris Williams, remember that guy from Vanderbilt that they took? He had a back injury, a back issue, and then he never really panned out at all. So the Bears have not only neglected drafting offensive linemen, but they've also picked the wrong players. So,
guys, I'll be back in 2 minutes. Okay. Here, Steven, keep on talking. I'll be back in like 2 minutes.
No problem. So, yeah. Look, only time will tell. But, there aren't many veteran offensive linemen, I don't think, available at this point. So you got to start investing in the young players, who could be a cornerstone. And I do believe that, Darnell Wright would be that guy. By the way, if you haven't heard me say earlier, I spoke with a draft expert, and I apologize if I have to repeat myself on this one. Apparently, Jalen Carter, who, by the way, I think a lot of you know already the backstory about his arrest. He was drag racing that killed a female football staffer and one of his teammates that he ended up getting arrested for. Apparently, this person told me that he is still apparently drag racing. So it's like a bad habit. It's like you just seem to have this a weird infatuation with driving out of control. Perhaps if you go to a place like Chicago, such a big city with $1 million and buy a expensive SUVs or like a sports car. Now I can only imagine how dangerous it is if he can do it in the Athens, Georgia, of all places, and then go to Chicago, which is a bigger city, and obviously the attention is going to be on you all the time. So that's why I kind of like, okay, maybe Jalen Carter would be a good pick at 9. Again, the Bears needed a 3 technique, in order to make that defense functional. But if you're Ryan Poles, having that first round pick, risking your reputation on a guy who, obviously had a questionable work habit, off the field problems, his, well documented pro day workout where he couldn't even finish anything at all. He looked gassed and tired. I think there were so many red flags, and obviously all those red flags, maybe whatever the answer that was given, could not have satisfied Poles and Matt Eberflus. Remember, they met him twice, I believe. So if you meet the guy twice in order to maybe get some more backstories and just try to have a follow-up questions, whether or without your agent, that's I guess perhaps Bear said, no, I can't risk my reputation and the franchise on a guy that can't give me a straight answer. So I understand that the Bears fans always, those who like defensive players, I understand, sometimes character trumpets, or if you're talented, you can overcome a lot of things, or you can overlook a lot of stuff. But I guess maybe he was just way, way, way too much for even a Bears organization to take a risk. So hey, if Jalen Carter turns out to be great, hey, that's great, because maybe Jalen learned something from his own transgression, that he put himself and his family into a lot of embarrassing situations, as well as the school, which lost 2 people. So it's a life lesson, perhaps, for Jalen to carry that burden for the rest of his life. And if he succeeded with the Bears, great. And if he goes somewhere and succeed, it's something that the Bears will have to deal with it moving forward, because obviously Eagles are going to be a Super Bowl contender, and they could afford that risk with the leadership that they have, and the Bears just don't have enough leaders on their young squad. So I'm okay with it. And I'm very, very interested to see now. Okay, so looks like the Jets just picked Will McDonald the 4th from Iowa State, one of the top edge rushers in this draft. Boy, I would have loved to see him in a Bears uniform, but he had been kind of moving up. Let's see. And wow. So that's number 15. Let me see. Number 16. Who's picking number 16? So Washington is picking number 16. That was another team that was rumored to be moving up. Okay. Let's see. So who did the Commanders pick? Just trying to keep an eye out over here, folks. Very interesting here. Oh, they took Nolan Smith. The the Commanders took Nolan Smith, huh? Or what am I wrong? Oh, excuse me. I apologize. They took Emmanuel Forbes, a corner from Mississippi State. Wow. Okay. Wow. Okay. They pick Forbes ahead of Christian Gonzalez, who was, you know, was considered a top 10 pick at one point. Wow. Wow. Forbes going ahead of Gonzalez. Interesting. Interesting. So now New England's on the clock at this point. Interesting. Okay. Well, this is going to be interesting. Looks as though, well, the Vikings haven't made a pick, but I think we can all agree that the Bears, as a Bears fan, Packers, still not taking the receiver even after they traded away Aaron Rodgers, and the Lions picking another running back. I think the Bears are doing pretty well there compared to what the other two NFC North teams did. Urban Menace says we do not have a solidified right tackle. What the F are you talking about? Yeah, I mean, do you want Larry Borom starting again after the concussion that he went through? I don't think so. I think we've seen enough. I think Larry Borom will be probably a decent swing tackle if he can come back from his concussion. Yeah, Luke Van Ness, I think a local kid who is dating Cole Kmet's sister. So Van Ness will face the Bears twice a year. Could be an interesting storyline. Cole Kmet versus Luke Van Ness. So it's interesting that the Packers continue to ignore the receivers again, even after they traded away Aaron Rodgers, and now they're, entrusting Jordan Love. What does that say about the Packers front office and how they operate? I mean, they have what? Christian Watson?
Right.
Yeah. I was just saying that, compared to what the Bears did, I think, compared to, the Packers versus the Lions versus the Bears, I think the Bears did did better than the Lions and the Packers.
So 100%. Yeah.
And then I was also saying that Packers traded away Aaron Rodgers, and they still won't even draft a wide receiver to help out their quarterback. What does that say about the Packers, right?
It is pretty funny.
It's funny.
I still can't believe what the Lions did, though. Like drafting a running back super early, beyond probably a round above where he was supposed to get drafted. I know they got extra capital in the trade back, but still, I mean, that was a big reach, I thought.
So while you were gone, I'm sure you were probably looking at the television. So let's see. Jets took Will McDonough the fourth. Edge rusher from Iowa, very good player. And then Washington took Emmanuel Forbes, corner from Mississippi State. They picked Forbes over Christian Gonzalez. So now New England is on the clock. Oh, looks like the Patriots made a pick here.
Okay,
interesting.
Wait, Will Levis is still on the board, right?
Yeah, Will Levis is still on the board.
Okay.
There's a funny tweet that the Jets had a young man made an announcement, and they said that they're using Zach Wilson in a different way now. So,
Oh man. They got Christian Gonzalez, the Patriots. That's a pretty good pick. I know
okay,
he was
okay.
supposed to- Yeah, he was supposed to go like top 10 in a lot of the mock drafts I saw, so that's pretty good. Lions are on the clock now again.
Okay, so that's what their original pick at 18 now. So Christian Gonzalez to New England. You think the Bears would trade back into the late first round? That's a question that has been asked.
I don't think so, because if you're this team, realistically, you are picking at 53, right? So that jump from 53 all the way to someplace in the first round, it's just too significant for this team to go ahead and make, because then you are getting into sacrificing maybe the other second round pick that you have, but also something in the third round. And if we're going to be quite honest, I mean, this team, yes, they're loaded with draft capital over the next couple of years, but it just makes some sense that you kind of stay where you're at for right now in order to just acquire players. I mean, it's a situation where, and it's so polarizing, because as much as I was an advocate for the Bears trading down from 9, which again, they did, but then getting more draft capital, the rationale behind trading down from 9 wasn't, hey, let's trade down one spot. No, it was, can we trade down from 9? Can this team trade down from 9? Can this team bridge that gap between 9 and 53? Because now you're going to see 44 players fall off the board before the Bears are on the clock again. It's going to be a long wait tomorrow night too. Why? Because the Packers have multiple second round picks, and then you've got the Lions who have multiple round 2 picks as well. And I think 2 of which are actually before the Bears pick.
Yeah.
And if we're going to be realistic, I mean, what team is going to move out of the first round to go all the way back to 53rd overall?
Yeah. I don't strike that Ryan Poles is the kind of person who want to move up, but I think he's probably right now in the mindset of maybe getting more capital, because the talent level is just not there yet to make a run. Now, don't get me wrong. I think the Bears are going to be a much better improved team, but I don't think that they're looking at it's 2023 or bust. I think they're looking at maybe 2024 as the year that they say, okay, now we're ready to compete for the Super Bowl. I think that that's what Ryan Poles is thinking. He's looking at the long game, which I think that's why they got the 4th round pick from the Eagles in 2024 now, because they have 5 or 6 picks in the top 2 rounds next year. That's pretty, maybe 5, I guess. That's pretty decent.
Yeah.
So now that the Bears are done picking, they took their tackle in the first round and solidified their weakness. Let's look at the other weaknesses, with the Bears right now. They still obviously have 3 technique tackle that they have to fill. They still need an edge rusher. Those 2 are the ones that I can really think on top of my head. Maybe they could also use another tight end that they can stretch the field, perhaps. Is there anything else I'm missing, guys?
Cornerback, outside cornerback could be a need, because opposite of Jalen Johnson, unless obviously we have Kyler Gordon, but we could use another starting outside cornerback probably, I'd say. So I think cornerback is probably the only other big one, because otherwise, we filled in linebacker very well. Offensive line looks pretty decent right now. We could use another center for sure tomorrow.
Oh, yes. Sorry. Center. Yes. So
yeah,
3 technique, edge rusher, center in no particular order. Those 3 has to be filled tomorrow night. Hopefully, they have 3 second-round picks, correct?
We have 2
They have
second
2
round
in the
picks.
second round, 1 in the third.
Oh, excuse me.
Yeah.
2 in the second, 1 in the third. Okay.
But the third round pick is the first pick in the third round, so it's
Right.
basically
That's
like
their original, or
Yeah.
that's their own pick. So,
it's kind of like a second round pick.
yeah.
See, JSN still being on the board is interesting because it's
Yeah.
Did
And I think the
just
Lions-
pick Jack Campbell?
yeah they
picked
did.
Jack Campbell. What the heck? Dude, they don't
Happened.
care at all for draft value. Oh my god.
Yeah, but at
Lions
some
are
point,
on
I
the
think
clock.
you. I mean, here's the thing. I think at some point, like, yes, positional value, draft value matters. But then again, you can draft a guy wherever you want to. It just at the end of the day comes
Okay.
down to coaching.
Oh wow. Okay. Wow. The Lions made another interesting pick. I'm not going to mention the name, but you will be shocked too.
Oh, I already said it. Jack Campbell.
Oh, Jack Campbell. Okay.
Yeah.
That's the guy that I thought that the Bears would be a good pick there. Very big guy, linebacker that, would have filled the need for the Bears. I would have loved to see him probably in the second round, but man, wow. Why did the Lions just draft a running back? They now have 3 stud running backs. It's an interesting selection. I just joked that maybe DeAndre Swift is also getting suspended for gambling as well or something.
Well, I'll say this: when you look at Jamar Gibbs and just his versatile skill set, I mean, he's a running back. Yes, that's at least the position he plays, but he's so versatile in the sense that you can line him up in the slot. You can kind of just continue to move him around. Let's not forget, I mean, the Lions took Jameson Williams last year from Alabama, so they love their Alabama guys. And this is one of those scenarios where you can certainly see Montgomery plus DeAndre Swift in the backfield, and Jamar Gibbs just kind of being that versatile guy that they do move all over the place. But it's certainly a strong support system being built around Jared Goff right now, because when Jameson Williams returns, you have Amon-Ra St. Brown. Tight end's still a bit of a question mark, but I'm not going to be surprised when they address that in the second round. And then you also have a solid defense building. And hey, listen, the Jack Campbell selection, that's just something there where they're getting a leader in the middle of the defense. And Jack Campbell is one of the high-risk guys, high-risk, high-reward type players that you see. But he's certainly big. He's athletic. He moves with some speed. He's rangy as well. He's just your tough, physical, old-school linebacker, which Dan Campbell really loves.
The Lions are really molding their team. Saying sport that a reflection of their coach or a head coach. So, yeah, the Lions again are certainly living up to that billing. Dan Campbell's a feisty, crazy guy. Bite the kneecap and crazy coffee, regimen and stuff like that.
They could have got him at pick number. I feel like they could have got him at pick number 33 though, because I know they got pick number 33 from the whatever team they traded down with. So it is kind of a reach still, I feel like, in the first round, but we'll have to wait and see. You guys think there's any chance the Bears
the right
up in the
selection?
first round? You guys think?
Nope.
No, I don't think so.
Probably not. Yeah.
No, you don't want to give up too much capital just to move back into the late 20s or
for sure. Yeah. There's still some good defensive line talent available. Like Keanu Benton is available.
Again, so Bears just have too many false to I like that. I like Keanu Benton. I think uh-oh. It's a bit of a streaming issue right now. Are you guys
Yeah, you're freezing up right now.
okay? Yeah, no problem. No problem.
We can hear you now. I think you're good now.
Okay. So for the edge for the Chicago Bears, I'm thinking uh, and Zoma from the USC. I'm trying not to butcher his name. Billy Tuputu, something like that. I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly. Those are the two guys that I'm hoping that the Bears will be able to come up with one of them around if they're still available.
Right. Yeah, Adebari is interesting because I've seen him mocked anywhere from end of the first round to like early day 2. Pick 30, pick 40, some even pick 50. So we'll have to see if he's available. But
Yeah.
that would be a slam dunk draft if we get Darnell Wright, Adebari too. I mean, that'd be really good.
Yeah, Adebari. Yeah, sorry. I was mentioning somebody else, but I apologize. I forgot about Adetomiwa Adebari, local kid from Northwestern. Yeah. He would be a very good 3 technique, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Well, he's got the typical size for a 3 technique too, so it's one of those situations where really, when we look at it, I mean, he fits real well into this defense, and the Bears have done their homework on him simply because he is a local Northwestern kid. So when you're like 40-ish minutes from Alice Hall, I mean, nothing but good things.
Yeah.
Okay. Tampa pick Kalijah Kancey.
Dang. Yeah, that's surprising. I mean, I guess not that surprising. I mean, he was projected to go like first round, so dang.
Right.
So Will Levis is still on the board, right? Will Levis is free.
Yeah, Will Levis is still on the board. So Seattle's at number 20. They need a quarterback. So I think maybe in the next 4 or 5 selections, he might go either 20 at Seattle or maybe 23 to the Vikings.
Yeah.
Justin, damn, is Levis that bad? No, I don't think he's that bad, but I don't think he's that good either. I don't know where the rumors of him being number 1 or 2 overall came from, but honestly, I don't think he was that good to begin with. He originally began, I think, at Penn State, where he was primarily a backup, and then he ended up transferring and playing at Kentucky for 2 years. I think he was a better player in 2021 than 2022, perhaps. But I didn't think Will Levis was like that, like the super, like a top 10-ish player, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know Matt Miller of the ESPN expert tweeted about a I think his appearance on NFL Live, whether it was yesterday or today, saying that the Manning family kind of gave their blessings to Will Levis, but obviously, despite the the Manning brand and what he meant to the the Colts franchise, they didn't think no, we like Anthony Richardson much better, which I think might turn out to be true because I saw Anthony Richardson work out in the Indianapolis Combine, and my God, what a performance he put up individually. He's like a freak of nature. Yeah, it's still not. I don't know if that will translate to being a better quarterback, but at least hopefully the support is there for him to succeed. Because right now the Colts don't look like they have a lot going on with their organization.
Yo, what the heck? So Nang just brought up a good point. JSN is still on the board right now. I did not even realize that. Jackson Smith and Jigba.
Told you guys. Yeah,
What's
I told
up?
you guys the hamstring. Well, I'm saying the hamstring issues from last year really just hurt him. You know, and
Right.
I think it's the same with Nolan Smith. Is you're looking at a player who, again, is this freakish athlete who is a football player, right? There's a big difference between being a football player that is a really good athlete versus being a really good athlete that is a football player. So those are two scenarios where this draft, what it's showing us is that traits are great, but you also have to be able to play football. It's just teams are valuing that much more over guys that just have freakishly great traits, because at some point, like, you have to be able to play at a high level. And then with JSN, I mean, had he played all of 2022, he would have probably been off the board by now, but he was just in and out of the lineup. So there is a red flag there. I mean, I think people talk themselves into hyping up JSN because he was a wide receiver. And the cool thing to do now is just take a wide receiver to help your young quarterback develop.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't be surprised if JSN goes to the Chiefs. But also you can afford to make.
I think Peter said Bears trade back in with the extra ammo with the earlier pick and get JSN, but kind of like you guys said, I think it's pretty unlikely we do trade back in just because Ryan Poles doesn't seem like the type of guy to, sacrifice picks to move up so far. I mean, he's been the opposite so far. He's been trading back every single time. So I think it's probably not likely, but I'd be really happy if that's, if that's a possibility for the Bears, because even though we traded for more, I mean, getting JSN this late would be just an absolute steal. But I think he's going off the board pretty fast in the next few picks because he's too good to be on the board still.
Mm-hmm. Hey, you said I have a question about JSN. Do you think that other than the injury, do you think that he's seen as more of a slot receiver type? Is that hurting his value as a receiver, in your opinion?
No, I don't think it's hurting his value at all, just because I think all these receivers are coming in and they are incredibly versatile to the point where they can play both inside and outside. Now, Jason certainly has a level of talent, but we also have to keep in mind, and I mentioned this before you got on, Steven, is that there's no kind of wide receiver prospect that opens your eyes in this draft that says, oh my God, like that's the guy I need to have on my team, right? There's no blue chip player that blows you away that you look at and you go ahead and say, hey, I absolutely need him. He's going to help my young quarterback take off. It's just a scenario where if I were to look at this wide receiver class compared to the past few years, I mean, the last couple of years, if you were to take a guy like Jason, put him in the draft, he would probably be a second round pick, right? We'd be looking at guys like Quentin Johnson, Jordan Addison as late second, early third round picks. I don't think it comes down to where a guy's able to play versus where he can't play. I just think that it comes down to the fact that it's like it is a significantly weaker class. And not to diminish any of these guys because they are talented, but they're not as talented as years past.
Yeah.
Which Seattle just got JSN.
Oh my!
Oh no! Dang, that's a good pick by Seattle.
Okay. Okay, so Seattle's not taking a quarterback at all. Okay. Hmm. So JSN to Seattle. Okay.
Hey, the positive of that is that the Vikings can't find their replacement for Adam Thielen just yet.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Well, even if JSN went to Minnesota, I don't know if they have any quarterback that can get the ball to, you know.
Right.
Well, Kirk Cousins is a decent guy, but I don't know if he's what you call a championship caliber quarterback. So,
Yeah.
Yeah, I do feel like Levis is going to be a Viking at this point.
I would laugh so hard. I don't like Levis at all, as you guys can
Yeah,
tell.
I don't either. But if not Levis, who do you think the Vikings would get? I'm trying to figure out. Okay, so they have a receiver, Justin Jefferson, and then Adam Thielen is gone. KJ Osborne as maybe number 2. That doesn't sound all that exciting. Defensively, they fired Ed Donatel, former Bears secondary coach. Now they hired Brian Flores. They definitely need to beef up their defense after getting shredded by the Giants in the opening round. So, and they also lost what was that? Delvin Tomlinson, the defensive tackle that went to, I believe, Cleveland. So there's a big gaping hole there at the position as well.
Yeah, I mean, it could be Jordan Addison too, because they need a receiver on the other side of Justin
Right.
Jefferson. So Jordan Addison, Quentin Johnson, potentially.
Yeah. Okay, so who else is available right now? Well, this is very interesting.
Jackson, Njigba.
Okay, so I forgot. They still have. There's Miles Murphy still available as well, the edge rusher from Clemson.
Clemson.
Right.
Hmm. I tell you, this receiver class doesn't look that all great right now. When you have Jackson Smith and Jegba going all the way to 20, and I got his head said, his hamstring only allowing him to play one game. Certainly did not help his cause at all. Of course, you had Marvin Harrison Jr. and then I forgot the name of the other receiver who just emerged with JSN's injury, just kind of pretty much overshadowed.
Emeka Ibuka, I think.
Yes.
Yeah.
It just kind of made Smith and Jigba's Jackson Smith and Jigba's value like, well, if Ohio State's hasn't missed doesn't miss him at all, maybe he's not that. Maybe that's how the rest of the league saw it. But
Right.
man, oh, it says played only 3 games due to hamstring injury last year. But okay, so now who's that pick? Okay, so now it's LA Chargers. I still have a hard time saying LA Chargers.
Yeah, honestly, these next 10 picks are going to affect the Bears draft a lot tomorrow, because I think there is a chance the Bears could want to trade back up into the early second round. I think it is a possibility, especially since we got an extra, fourth round pick. If you want to trade that fourth round pick or trade a different pick, a mid round pick to go to, from 55 to early 40s, maybe or late 39s, like 38, 39. I think that could make some sense for the Bears, depending on who's available. So look for like which D linemen, come off the board right here, because I think D line is definitely going to be pretty big on the Bears, wish list right now.
This is the part of the draft where it gets so boring because you're just like, just hurry up and make the pick,
Yeah.
I wish they didn't take the entire 10 minutes to announce the pick every time. They could probably take like 5 minutes at the end of the first round.
Right. It's like the kind of like the lull of the draft, because you went through 5 through 10. Top 10 is exciting, and then you just kind of like start to slowly nosedive a little bit because it's Folks, I appreciate you all hanging out. I know it's not the exciting part of the draft as of right now. So
oh yeah, at least the Bears.
Yeah, we got another wide receiver off the board.
Oh.
One, so Chargers. Okay, Chargers.
It's either Quentin Johnson or Jordan Addison. Let's see.
It's Johnston.
Johnston. Wow.
I'm looking at the Sports Center. Will Levis is looking a little down and pouty photo there.
I mean, he could have gone number 2 overall. Like, he was actually in discussion to go number 2 overall just like a few weeks ago. So that's a pretty drastic drop for him.
Being comforted by look like maybe his mother there.
Yo, Kevin Fishbane just tweeted, have wondered about the possibility of the Bears trading up either into the bottom of the first round or at the start of round 2. Just not sure if there's an obvious target. Any suggestions? So I guess he's kind of speculating there. He doesn't have any information to back that up, but
let's see. I don't know. I think I think maybe polls still think that there's too many weakness on this roster to maybe give up a draft capital.
Yeah.
I just think that's the mindset for him right now. Oh, wait. Wait a minute.
What?
Oh my God. Hold on. I made a mistake. Wait. Oh, no. I'm so sorry. I got confused because my stream on Fubo says Chargers pick is in and the Will Levis is on, and I got, oh my God, I made a mistake. Maybe they picked Will Levis or something. I'm so sorry. I just I got a little bit confused there. I am so sorry.
I thought the Bears went on the clock or something. I was like, what?
Well, the Chargers pick Quentin Johnston. That's a very good pick. They have Keenan Allen, who's getting old, and then Mike Williams, who just can't seem to stay healthy year after year. So it seems like they needed another wide receiver just in case if Keenan Allen is starting to get really old, or Mike Williams suffers another serious injury. So I think that's a pick with a future in their mind there.
Yeah.
Yeah, 100%.
All right, guys, I gotta hop on out of this thing because I've just got my Darnell Wright quotes, so I got to write a
worries.
story real quick. So,
No problem.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for coming on, dude. We'll do this again
Thank
next
you,
year for
Sai.
sure.
It's
Because
good to see you again. I know it's been a
Yeah.
while since we both
Yeah.
had you on our my old
Mhm.
YouTube show, so it's great to see you again, and hopefully we'll get to do it
Yeah.
again in the future.
Absolutely. Yeah. Have a great
All right.
night, guys. See ya.
Thank
You
you
as
very
well.
much. It was a pleasure.
Bye-bye.
Yeah. See ya.
Man.
Still got what 10 more picks now, 9 more picks because there's only 31
right.
this
10,
year.
yeah, 9, 10, yeah. Ah.
You want to come
And
on
I'm
again
glad-
tomorrow night, by the way, because I'm having another stream tomorrow night.
Yeah. I do. Yeah. If
Yeah.
the weather here in Kansas City is really, really super bad, I would probably jump on for 1 or 2 hours, perhaps. When the Bears make one of their trade pick, one of their second round picks. So I'd be down with that too. If the weather here in Kansas City area is as bad as they say it is, I'm definitely going to stay here and then maybe available for an hour or so. Absolutely.
Yeah, sure. Just let me know. It should be a lot more fun tomorrow night too because we actually have 3 picks instead of just 1. So they're all in between like 10 pick span because we have 53, 60, 61, and I think 63 after that. So 64 actually, yeah.
Yeah. I'm so glad I'm doing this because, Rashab, I know I was texting you earlier what happened to me today, right? Once I got home, right?
Right. Oh my God. I'm glad you found a way to get back in, though. That was rough.
All right. So when I got home earlier today, this was around maybe 6:30 Central Time. I couldn't open my door, and I had no idea why I was freaking out. So my apartment, I have the regular where you insert the key and turn the knob upward, and then on the one on the bottom is like a cylinder lock, the handlebar, which looked like it was closed from the inside. I know a lot of people may have done accidentally, close the knob and then shut the door and then realize they can't, open the door and when they open the lock thinking they can turn the handle and they can't go inside. So I don't remember, locking myself out like that when I left for work this morning, and I had to shell out almost $350 just to open a door. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Wow.
At least you got back in though. Eventually, that sucks that you had to pay all that money though.
I know. It sucks. I'm trying to call the insurance company, with the renter's policy and see if I'm covered. And then, ironically, I got a voice message from the local agent that I just recently switched to about the renter's insurance. Maybe it's still in my old address in Ohio or something like that. So I'm kind of worried about, oh my God, maybe I might not. First of all, I got to find out whether, the renter's insurance would cover, the lock, the lock issue. And then secondly, if that would complicate things because of, maybe I wasn't covered.
The Texans actually traded their own first-round pick in the trade for the Cardinals. The Texans-Cardinals trade. They traded their own first-round pick for next year.
Oh my God! Wow.
Yeah, they didn't trade the Browns pick, which is what I thought they were going to trade because.
Yeah. I thought that would be the case.
Yeah, because
they must really think
they're gonna be a lot better next year somehow.
Yeah. Better than the Cleveland
Wild.
Browns or something. Or maybe the Cardinals demanded that they give up their their own pick rather than the Browns pick.
Right.
Ah.
I don't think that's a good move for the Texans, but they did get Will Anderson, so I guess they can't be too mad about that, right? Like they got the best player in the draft, according to a lot of people, and got a
Mhm.
quarterback too. So
Kyle Long tweeted, "I love the pick." Ah. Okay. Joseph Velasquez, new member to your stream. Welcome.
what's up, Joseph? Thanks for the membership. Appreciate you.
Yeah.
Zay Flowers is still on the board, right? I think
Yeah,
it's
Zay
one.
Flowers still on the board. Jordan Addison is still on the board.
Right.
Walter Niemi says, "I'm in programming boot camp. I want the Bears to do something." Wait, Walter, what kind of boot camp are you attending? Let me know.
Joseph asked, "Do you just cover the Bears?" Yeah, I mostly covered the Bears. I try to do other Chicago sports too. Like I've done some Chicago Bulls. I've done a little bit White Sox, but it's mostly just the Bears because most of my audience are Bears fans, so it just makes sense to cover the Bears a lot more.
Django HTML CSS. So like a front end development, huh? Walter? Hack Reactor. Okay, I've heard of Hack Reactor. Okay.
No covers.
I hope you're getting your money's worth, and I hope you're doing very well there because obviously, you know, programming bootcamp is a long commitment, full stack. Okay, yep, it's a long, expensive investment too. So I hope you're getting your money's worth, and good luck to you there, Walter. Okay, Ravens pick Zay Flowers. Okay, another receiver off the board.
Oh, there you go. Okay, that's a good pick for Lamar
Yeah,
Jackson.
I'm sorry if you guys haven't touched it yet earlier before I came on. Lamar Jackson got the bag earlier today. He should thank Jalen Hurts for that one, but
Yeah, he got a lot of money. Like I think 185 million guaranteed, which is the second most, obviously, in NFL history behind Deshaun Watson.
yeah.
Nathan said, "Can't wait for your season hype video this year. Been enjoying them last couple years in the past. Appreciate you, dude. Yeah, it's gonna be a lot of fun to make one this year with all the new players we have, draft picks and signings and all that. It's gonna be a lot of fun."
Yeah. Walter took a break, but I worked 12 hours a day. Am I in on it? Hey, that's a hell of a commitment. I know because those things, you go to class, whether in person or online, you sit in front of a computer, just typing it away. And, it's taxing, but hey, I hope that, Rishav, myself, and Usaid, provided with you some, entertainment while you're, on your well-deserved break there. So, yeah, Urban Menace, JSN was selected by Seattle in pick number 20.
Yep. Okay, Vikings are on the clock now. Be interested to see what the Vikings pick is now.
Yeah.
Because they have secondary needs and they have receiver needs too, but there's already been a couple of receivers off the board now, top 3 receivers. I think it could be Jordan Addison, though. I think Jordan Addison is still on the board, so.
Hi. Yeah, the Ravens certainly re-signed Lamar Jackson, and now they got him Zay Flowers. So that's a hell of a commitment there that they're doing. So
Yeah.
I know. So the Ravens now have what? Zay Flowers, Rashad Bateman, who probably would demand a trade out of Baltimore at this rate.
Yeah.
Who else? I'm trying to remember who else do they have as a receiver.
You talking about the Ravens receiving core?
Yeah, the Ravens, yeah.
Yeah, they got Odell.
Oh, that's right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. They got
They
Odell.
signed Odell a few weeks ago.
Okay. Odell, Zay Flowers, Rashad Bateman.
Windy City Sky Climber said, "Whoever don't think the Bears won the draft is a clown." We still have like 6 more rounds to go, so we'll see. I guess before fully saying we won the draft, but I'm pretty happy with our pick.
I'm happy too. I'm very happy to compared to what the Packers and the Lions are doing so far, and what the Vikings are about to do. I think the Bears definitely helped themselves. And again, the commitment to protect Justin Fields was always going to be a question mark, and the Bears answered it in a big way. Getting Darnell Wright. So and if Justin is still struggling with this much of protection and the better weapons, then I think that says a lot about Justin. And I certainly hope that that's not something we're going to be discussing, but I hope that it will help Justin become a much better quarterback this upcoming season. I'm very, very optimistic about what the Bears are doing and their commitment to Justin by drafting Darnell Wright tonight.
So Justin has a question. He said, "I've come to think about it, and I'm not sold on Wright, but at least the Bears didn't lose the draft. Why are you not sold on Wright?" I think that's the biggest thing I have to ask Bears fans right now. Like, what do you not like about Wright? Because his tape was really, really good. If you looked at him play last year, like he was one of the most dominant tackles in all of football. Like, shut down, really good competition. He's pretty athletic, not as athletic as a Paris Johnson Jr. like a Broderick Jones, but he can fly up and down the field. He has the physicality. He's a good pass blocker, best pass blocker in the draft, in my opinion. So I'm kind of confused on where the pushback is coming on Wright because he is really good. Like he's going to be a plug-and-play starter basically immediately.
I think a lot of people who are against this on the comment section, I think they were really, really wanting to see Jalen Carter be in a Bears uniform. And I understand, 3 technique is a very important position in the Matt Eberflus defense. And, that hole is still not filled, as is the edge rusher. So, but, having a solid protection, allowing the offense to stay on the field could certainly help the defense. In 2023, and I understand the people who are bemoaning that the Bears only moved 1 spot down and got the 4th round pick from not this year but next year, just to move down 1 spot to take Darnell Wright instead of Jalen Carter. I understand. Jalen Carter is a huge talent. Somebody who was actually being mocked at number 1. Even before the Bears made that huge trade with the Carolina Panthers, that they could have certainly got him at 9 instead of number 1 overall. But I think the Bears were probably not convinced about, how he handled himself during this whole process. And again, I've been already harping, with the talking with the NFL draft expert that I met yesterday at a pre-draft party. If he's still drag racing, then obviously that's a huge, huge red flag. And, he could either kill somebody or kill himself, depending on what kind of driving he's doing. So I think maybe the Bears probably found out that he's still maybe driving recklessly, and that they thought, okay, we're not taking any chance on this guy. So
Yeah, Nan said, I guess Poles valued justice protection over 3 technique, and that's totally true. And that's another reason why I'm really confused why Bears fans are so mad. Bears fans the entire last year, they complained about Justin Fields not having the proper protection. So why would you be mad about him finally getting better protection? Like now they actually have a pretty. I think they're building a solid offensive line now. Like they got Nate Davis, obviously. They're probably going to get a center on day 2. I'd have to say so. I fully agree with what Ryan Poles did today. I think the most Bears thing ever would be to stay at 9 and select Jalen Carter, right? Because we've always been defense all the time, defense. And yes, we realize that defense is super important, right? Like we're not going to be a championship level team next year because we don't have a good defensive line, but like the NFL is so different now where you need good protection, you need great offensive linemen, you need a good offense. So I don't think it's the wrong pick because we got protection for Justin Fields. Like it was a pick for the trenches, which I think a lot of Bears fans wanted. So,
right. There's an interesting tidbit that I also heard from this draft expert that I spoke yesterday. I know the Bears still have a huge need at the edge rusher, and they still have to probably spend about $42 million in order to hit the cap floor. Correct? I believe something along that range, right?
Yeah, but they'll extend people soon, so they'll obviously
There's
extend,
one particular player he said that the Bears might be interested and maybe should pursue. It's Carl Lawson, the edge rusher from the Jets.
Yeah.
He could become available not via trade. Bears don't have to give up a draft pick to get a veteran like him, but maybe the Jets might be forced to, either release a couple of veteran players because after they acquired Aaron Rodgers, they have to be very, very careful about the cap situation.
Yeah.
If he's released, he said that the Bears should definitely go after him. I actually would like to see, the Bears get maybe Carl Lawson over someone like Yannick Ngakoue, who's been, kind of like been a little bit of a journeyman type player, So
yeah. So I think Nolan Smith is still on the board as well.
Yeah, Nolan Smith is still on the board.
Yeah. Edge rusher from Georgia. I know the Bears were super high on him, but also the Eagles were super high on him too. So he could be a pick for the Eagles at number 30 if they want to build all Georgia defense.
Yeah. 2021 Georgia National Championship defenders reunite.
Right. There's a trade. Giants are on the clock now. So I guess the Giants traded up. Wait, did they trade up with their other pick? Oh, never mind. They traded up for 25, yeah. So 24
for interesting.
Yeah, 25, 160 and 240.
Okay. The Vikings pick Jordan Addison.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. Yeah, good move by them. They needed somebody who can take a pressure off Justin Jefferson. So,
yeah. All right, Giants pick is in, traded up, so
Hmm.
we'll see. I wonder why they traded up. Like, they must have thought that Jacksonville was going to go for their guy. Otherwise, it would make no sense to trade up like
Interesting. Yeah.
a couple spots.
Right. Interesting. They could probably get another wide receiver, you know. Interesting. Giants are trading out. Did they move up from 25 to 24?
I think so. Yeah. So
Yeah. Excuse me. Yes. My apologies.
Yeah.
Albert Breer says they gave up 5th and a 7th round, 162.40 to go up from 25 to 24.
right.
Said that if it's a tight end, could be that Dallas was trying to go up and get one too.
Yeah.
Michael Mayer, Dalton Kincaid, Sam Laporta, those are the top 3 tight ends, in my opinion, in this draft.
Yeah. We haven't seen a tight end go yet, right?
No, tight end is has not been taken off. Okay.
So I mean, tight end could also be a pick for the Bears on day 2 because I mean Ryan Poles might be going best player available at that point, right? So if if a really good tight end is available in the second round somehow, like that could be a pick because I know Robert Tonyan is only under contract for 1 more year. Komet is obviously
Right.
having a
Onions,
contract
1 year
after this year, so
pick.
oh, Giants got Deontay Banks, cornerback from
Cornerback.
Maryland.
Okay, Maryland.
Yeah. Interesting. Damn.
Interesting pick. Yeah, he got picked over Joey Porter Jr.
Right.
Interesting. So that makes him the Weatherspoon, the first one. The second corner, I believe, is Emmanuel Forbes, Christian Gonzalez. So that makes him the 4th corner to be taken off the board now.
Yeah. I thought the Giants might take receiver, but I guess there's no receivers left on the board right now.
Well, at least they think it was worthy. You know, there's Quentin Johnston is still available right now.
Right.
Man, Quentin Johnston looked really, really good against the Michigan in the Fiesta Bowl, but I know when his name was linked to the Bears, people thought, "Oh my God, this guy's another Kevin White or something like that," too. If you remember,
Right.
Interesting.
Oh, Bills are on the clock now. Another trade.
Okay, so Jacksonville looked like I guess they picked Anton Harrison, the tackle from Oklahoma that I was mentioning earlier, as one of the players who could be taken in the first round. And I did like him being a pick for the Bears as well. If the Bears traded down further down.
Walter, I want to say, obviously back in college, he was not known as being a running quarterback. He only ran because he had to with the Chicago Bears. I mean, Trevor Lawrence said at Clemson he had more rushing yards at at his college than Justin Fields had at Ohio State. He ran out of necessity. He's not known as being a running quarterback.
This is very.
So Jaguars traded back 2 times then.
Also, now the Jacks. So Buffalo move up to 25.
Yep.
Now it's Bills are on the clock. Interesting. Bills.
Yeah.
Boy, I tell you, Josh Allen. There are going to be a lot of chatters about whether he's the guy that will help Bills, get to the promised land. After the Bills lost to the Bengals in the playoffs in their home stadium. It's going to be a very interesting pick. Caliber, he's a free agent after this year. I know he was picked 9th overall back in 2017 or 18, 19, something like that. So he hasn't really lived up to the, being a top, like a top defensive tackle, despite being a top 10 pick. So I wonder if they look at the guy like Brian Breezy, defensive tackle from Clemson as maybe a heir apparent.
Right.
They also lost a couple of key members in the secondary too, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Interesting. I wonder if they look at the guys like Brian Branch or Brian Breezy.
Yeah, it could be. Let's see. Still can't get over how crazy the top 10 was this year. Like we had so many trade
man, that was crazy.
Yeah, we had quarterbacks going unexpectedly. Bears getting Darnell Wright, trading back for number 9. That was insane.
It really was.
Yeah. I'm really excited though for day 2 and day 3 because we have so many picks, more picks, this year on day 2 and day 3 than we had last year. So we have, multiple 4th round picks, multiple 5th round picks, got multiple 2nd round picks too.
Okay, Buffalo made a selection now.
Let's see.
Interesting. Oh, okay. Interesting pick made by Buffalo.
What's the pick?
It's already late, so I can just probably start it blurring out, right? They're taking tight end Dalton Kincaid from Utah.
Oh, wow.
Interesting pick. Dawson Knox is a incumbent starter, and he's a very solid player.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Really curious to see who Dallas takes, right?
Now I know Kincaid was linked to Dallas in some of the mock drafts, because they need somebody to replace Dalton Schultz, who left to sign with Houston. I still think maybe they might take Michael Meyer. I know Kincaid was linked to Dallas, and Buffalo just picked Kincaid one spot ahead of them. So now the Cowboys are on the clock now.
Yeah.
Interesting. Well, Levis is still
Yeah, I can't believe it's not on the board right now. I mean, he's probably going to be. I feel like some team might trade up for him at this point, like at the end of the first round. Some team like in the second round might come up, give something up. I'm trying to think of who needs quarterbacks though right now. I guess the Titans could use a quarterback if they like Will Levis.
Mm-hmm. So Chris Mortensen on his Twitter said interesting thing about Will Levis. Levis's left toe that caused them to miss 2 games last year was a problematic for one team that considered him. Levis says the toe has healed and good to go. Another team believes he could manage it, but thought the surgery would need discussion after season. Levis disagrees. So there you go.
Dang. Wait, where'd you read that?
From Chris Mortensen's Twitter.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah. At
Yeah, I guess.
Mort Report for those who are interested in looking at the, following Chris Mortensen.
Wow. I wonder how deep he's gonna fall then, because I don't think he'd fall too much further than round 2, early round 2.
Interesting.
So we got Dallas, we got Jacksonville, we got Cincinnati, and 29, 30, 31.
Okay.
It's about 5 more picks. Yeah, Nolan Smith is still available too, which I'm like, that's pretty surprising. It really makes you think if the Bears do want to trade up, that could be a trade up potential. I mean,
yeah. And Nolan Smith was linked to the Bears. I know there was a report out that he had met with the Bears and they showed a lot of interest. And I don't know. He's somewhat undersized edge rusher, though.
Yeah. Well, like I said earlier, like the other team was Philadelphia, so I could totally see a scenario where they go Nolan Smith at 30, and then
get the reunite the 2021 Georgia National Championship team there. Could happen. Well, they could certainly use a linebacker after the Bears signed T.J. Thomas. Obviously, it's a different position, but
Right.
Interesting there. For Cowboys, I think it's a tight end or corner. Joey Porter Jr. is still available. They got what was that? Stephon Diggs' brother, who's a very good corner, interception machine. But Tavion Diggs, I believe.
Yeah.
They got the Kelvin Joseph, who goes by the name Bossman Fat as a rapper, but he hasn't done jack squat. So I think they might get either a tight end or corner like Joey, Porter Jr. And I forgot they also got Stephon Gilmore as well, who they got from the Colts for basically like a fifth rounder. He's getting up there in age, so maybe Joey Porter could be like maybe a nickelback as a start, and then maybe eventually take over for Gilmore because of his age in a contract.
Right. Yeah, they're taking the entire time to make these picks still, which is pretty funny because they still get, I think, 10 minutes each
Right.
round. So. Let's see who's the best available right now on the board. Wonder if there's like a best
I'm looking at
available.
I'm gonna look at the ESPN's best available too.
Yeah. So yeah, ESPN has a board. They have Will Levis, obviously. They have Nolan Smith, Michael Mayer, Joey Porter Jr. Miles Murphy is still on the board too somehow. What the heck? Dang.
Interesting.
Yeah, Brian Branch, Luke Musgrave, Felix Anudike Uzoma, Hendon Hooker,
Hendon
Keanu
Hooker,
Benton.
Steve Avila.
Yeah, Brian Breezy, Jonathan Mingo, Mozzie Smith, Darnell Washington, Joe Tipman. A lot of really good players available for the Bears to take tomorrow.
I know that's
Yeah.
that is a great list there. My God.
You also got Adetomiwa Adebare for Northwestern.
Mm-hmm. Boy, I tell you, wow. All right, looks like the Cowboys made a pick there. They're clapping, and Stephen Jones is shaking with everybody.
Yeah.
With Dan Snyder finally out of the picture, I can't think of somebody who's more self-centered than Jerry Jones in terms of ownership. As somebody who's like an owner.
Yeah.
Well, I lived in Dallas area before for a couple of years, and yeah, it's Jerry Jones and his son always does a radio show with the Cowboys flagship station 105.3 The Fan all the time, and I had to sit and listen to him and his son talk, and there isn't a microphone that neither one of them would turn down whenever they like to talk. And come to think of it, Dallas also has another outspoken owner in Mark Cuban too. So.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so it looks like the Cowboys are taking Mozzie Smith, the defensive tackle / nose tackle from Michigan. Interesting.
Yeah, I saw him as a round 2 guy for sure. But it's not that surprising. Like round 2 guys are going at the end of round 1. It's pretty interchangeable. Jaguars on board.
Interesting. Mozzie's another guy who had a a bit of a off the field problem. He got arrested for carrying a gun, I believe.
Oh man.
Yeah. Well, I do believe maybe the charge was dropped later, but
Oh yeah. Cowboys fans are not happy for some reason. I guess they were looking for like a tight end.
because I don't think they're too familiar with him.
Right.
Hmm. I think he's more of a nose tackle, one technique type guy because of his size there.
Oh yeah. I really want to see pick number 30 because if the Eagles take Nolan Smith, that's I think they're like the main team for Nolan Smith right now. Because otherwise, I think that could be a Bears trade up candidate.
Interesting. I wonder if that Will Levis. For those who are not familiar, he puts mayonnaise in his coffee. No, this is not a joke. This is a true story. He does.
I know. Yeah, I saw. Yeah.
He put mayonnaise in his coffee, and I thought maybe that might be one of the reasons why NFL teams like, no.
There's also a tweet about him being deathly afraid of milk. That was a fake tweet.
Lactose intolerant?
Yeah. Well, Jacob Infante, on Twitter, he made a tweet about him being like really scared of milk or something. It was a joke tweet, but it blew up and got like thousands and thousands of retweets. People thought it was real.
Yeah. Huh.
Man. Here, I'm gonna be right back. I'll be back in like 2 minutes. I'm gonna use the bathroom.
No problem. Oh, Jacksonville. Sorry. Jacksonville is 27. Wow, they haven't even picked that yet.
Breaking Bears news. With their first round pick, the Bears have taken Tennessee tackle Darnell Wright. Hey guys, my guy is going to be the steal of the draft. Elijah Kansas, defensive lineman from Pitt. Elijah Kansas, 6'1", 281 pounds out of Pitt. Strengths, physical, stick shooting. I make you shoot. He was
So I'm wondering, where is everybody joining us from tonight? I know if you're on the East Coast, it's almost midnight, so really appreciate you guys hanging out with us this late. Comment where you guys are joining the chat from tonight. What city, what state? Walter, Seattle, yeah, 3 hours. Number one Maga General, Chicago, Champaign. Mike, thanks for joining us. Joseph from Phoenix, Arizona. Hope the weather's treating you nice there. Damn, Justin's at work? I hope you're on a break right now. Justin burning the midnight oil, I guess. Nice. Litchfield, Minnesota, Prom 360. Among Vero Beach, Florida. Oh, nice. Yeah, I always remember Vero Beach, having lived in SoCal back in the late 80s and early 90s. It used to be the spring training home of the Los Angeles Dodgers. Windy City, Chicago. Nice. Mike from Champaign, Illinois. Hey, home of the Illini. Congratulations, by the way, to Rashab, who is graduating from a University of Illinois. Just completed his master's program in accounting and got a job in Chicago with an accounting firm. And Walter, a lot of love for the Dodgers and Bellinger. Yeah, Bellinger's been really doing well. I know he's on a paternity leave right now, but the Cubs won again today. Took 2 out of 3 from San Diego Padres. A lot of people's favorite to win the National League this year. I know it's early, but hey, as a Cub fan, I'm very, very much liking what I'm seeing from the Cubs so far.
All right, last few picks. Let's do this.
Yep.
It's been a long stream. It's been 3 hours and 42 minutes. My God, longest stream I've ever done.
Yeah. So Jacksonville took Anton Harrison, the tackle from Oklahoma at 27. Yeah. I didn't realize the Jacksonville was still on the clock there. That they had dropped that far. Sorry.
Traded back 2 times.
Yeah. Mike Rule, he's actually I was asking while you were gone, where's everybody joining us from, or what city, what state. So Mike is actually from Champaign, and he happened to be a U of I graduate of 2018 himself, and just talking about Weatherspoon being picked 5 overall. It's good to see. Hey, you being a I was just mentioned before you came back in, you were graduating from the master's in accounting from U of I recently, and you have to feel great about Weatherspoon being picked that high for fighting a Illini player, right?
Yeah, I was really happy. Yeah, there's gonna be more people tomorrow too. Tomorrow and day 3, there's gonna be a bunch of people. Chase Brown is on the board.
Sidney Brown, his brother, is a good safety too. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So it's a good year for the Illini because we usually don't have too many highly drafted prospects like
right.
Devon Witherspoon.
Right. Illinois has been for a good decade or so. It's been kind of a it was in a pretty bad, rough shape football program wise.
Yeah, I mean, after we got Brett Bielema, like he's turned around.
Brett Bielema, yeah, very good coach.
Yeah, very fast. I mean, we actually, were respectable last year. We could have went to the Big Ten championship game. We were like, I think a game away from being in that game. So
Yeah. I know they still have a hard time drawing fans to the, Memorial Stadium, but I like what Brett Bielema has done. I always thought maybe it was a mistake for him to leave Wisconsin. Obviously, um, he went to Arkansas as an opportunity. Get maybe make more money for not only for himself and for his assistants. In a compete at a highest level. I think he felt that he did all he could at the Big Ten level. Um, so I understand his thinking. Obviously, got humbled in the ultra competitive SEC. Went to NFL, got I think maybe one or two Super Bowl rings as an assistant with the New England Patriots, and you know came back to his roots. He's from the state. I think from Illinois. He went to play at Iowa, so he knows so much about the Big Ten program and what it takes to win. I like the Brett Bielema hiring, and I hope he can continue to help build the Fighting Illini into like a solid program. Maybe a program that can win 8-9 games consistently, and maybe turn unknown, unheralded 3-star kids from down the state or somewhere in the Midwest where it was not a highly recruited kid into like maybe a top 10, 15 pick. Like Devin Weatherspoon was picked today.
This is a pretty funny comment. Justin said, obviously U of I doesn't teach people common sense because she married me. Let me adjust the Bears. I have a ticker going on the bottom. I'll make sure to say that we selected Darnell Wright with pick number 10.
Yeah, and the Bengals just picked Miles Murphy, one of the top remaining edge rushers. So,
yeah,
interesting.
That's a good pick for the Bengals. I mean, because Miles Murphy was supposed to go a lot higher.
Yeah,
that's actually a good landing spot for him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Bengals loading up on defense to, prepare for another several years of Lamar Jackson and who else? Well, Deshaun Watson and I think there's kind of a jury still out on Kenny Pickett with the Steelers. Being a hometown kid, obviously, so he has a little bit of a leeway and.
Right. I still can't believe Will Levis is on the board. Now he's not going to be a first-round pick because obviously the Saints don't really need him.
Right.
Philadelphia obviously doesn't need him.
Interesting.
Definitely doesn't need him. So
right.
That is really, really surprising.
Maybe that putting mayonnaise to the coffee was really really a turn off for many teams. Interesting, perhaps.
Guys, by the way, if you're still watching, we'll be live again, or at least I'll be live tomorrow for round 2, round 3 as well. So I'll be live from like 6 p.m. ish, basically, to whenever the Bears pick ends. So tune in for that as well. But appreciate you guys tuning into this chat as well. You guys have been here for a long time, so thanks for tuning in with us.
Yeah, thank you very much, Rashad, for giving me this
course,
platform. Yeah. By the way, Rashad and I do a regular podcast on my podcast channel, by the way, as well. So mostly on Mondays for the last couple of months. We've been talking a lot about the Bears and the NFL. Very, very honored to have Rashad as my regular guest to talk about the Bears, and for him to allow me to come on to his stream tonight. Rashab is really talented, as you probably all know. His hype video is one of its kind, and it's well done. Truly, truly remarkable. And hopefully, Rashab and I will be able to do, not just podcasting, but maybe if the time allows, maybe we could do, live interviews with guests during the regular seasons, and maybe we could also do this type of stream, live chit chat with guys who are subscribing to his channel, and as well as maybe a lot of guests for sure.
Yeah, Walter, we appreciate you, man. Thanks for tuning in.
Yeah, thank you.
Chat. Yeah, we should definitely do like a reaction to like a Bears game next year. So I actually haven't done one like a live Bears game reaction, but I know a lot of fans have been asking for that, so that could be a cool thing
absolutely,
to do.
Absolutely.
Oh, Brian Brissy finally left. Saints right now.
Okay.
Yeah. Dang. Yeah, I think Philadelphia is about to get Nolan Smith then.
Man, I have a feeling that might be it. Yeah, that's what.
Yeah. Steven, what's up? We're super tired now. It's been like 4 hours of streaming, but we're still hanging there.
Yeah. Hey, but I'm just so happy to be inside my home rather than being locked out and doing some crazy play.
I'm happy. Really happy you found a way to get back in.
Yeah. I blew $350, but it's all worth it, man. I have no idea how it happened. To be honest, I was just so panicking. Maybe I might have accidentally locked the cylinder handle before I left, and or maybe somebody had come in, or I'm looking at some of the door keys that I'm not familiar with, so I'm gonna have to talk with the property management people tomorrow morning just to make sure if somebody had come in and did some work in my house or something, or in my apartment or something. So I'm just a little crazy there.
I mean, I know back in college I had a similar experience in my dorm room where they actually did some work on our locks without telling us. So all of us were locked out of our dorm room for like a couple hours because they forgot to give us new keys. So
yeah,
definitely be the case.
That's crazy, man.
Oh man, who did the Steelers select? By the way, I don't think I.
Steelers selected Broderick Jones.
Oh, okay, nice.
Yeah, the tackle from Georgia.
Yeah,
the Bears were linked to as well. So.
Right. Nice. Two more picks. I'll be recording another video tonight reacting to the Darnell Wright pick. But it's gonna be out super late, guys. So if you're awake, watch it, or you can just watch it tomorrow morning. Yeah, Mike said, I'm so excited for the next couple years as a Bears fan. Bears have so much potential. It's going to be a lot of fun. I totally agree. We're actually building something for the long term for the first time ever. Like we have so many picks. We have so much cap space. We have a young team building up an offensive line now. It's really exciting. Oh yeah. Guys, if you want to follow our podcast, the one I run with him, we record basically every Monday. It's like a once per week thing. I just put the link in the chat right now. I think you guys should be able to click on the chat link.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I use a platform called Podbean whenever we record, but we're also available on Spotify and let's see what else do we have. What else that I use? We also use Amazon, iHeart. Just big names in the podcast world there in terms of recording platform. Uh, it's obviously, not a big one, but I'm very, very thankful for Rashab coming on and whenever he can, mostly on Mondays,
Oh yeah.
to talk
Yeah.
about the Bears and hopefully during regular season, mostly when the Bears are playing on Sundays, the day after, hopefully we'll be able to do a recap of the Bears game and
Yeah.
talk more. If Rashab is available on Sundays, maybe we can also do the live streaming, or maybe at least a post game show together and things like that. So,
Yeah. So the Eagles just took Nolan Smith as we predicted.
oh my God, 2021 Georgia National
Yeah.
Championship. Oh
The
my
Georgia
God, what the
Georgia
hell?
Eagles, Philadelphia Bulldogs.
Wow. Holy cow.
I mean, they're in a
Incredible.
position right now where like they can take swings like that. Like they had an extra first round pick this year, so they got Jalen Carter. They had Nolan Smith slide all the way to 30 with them. So how many? So they have N'Kobe Dean, they have Jalen Carter, they have Nolan Smith. Also,
Now, don't forget Devontae Wyatt too.
Devontae wasn't he? I could have sworn he was with the Packers. Devontae Wyatt, or am I
Yeah, I
thinking about
believe
something else?
Devontae Wyatt. I believe. Yeah, that was another massive, big defensive tackle. I think you're probably thinking of Quay Walker or somebody like that.
Oh yeah, yeah. There you go.
That's the Quay Walker who got ejected, if you remember, in the last year's season finale against the Lions game for shoving Lions trainer or something like that.
Yeah. Man, I can't believe the Steelers are going to get Joey Porter Jr. probably at pick number 32, our old pick. Because
Yeah.
Joey Porter Jr. is still on the board. And he's, I know he's related to, like, forgot who exactly, but it was like some Steelers legend he's related to. So
Right. His father was a damn good defender.
Yeah.
Starting
Yeah,
with
there
the
you
Steelers. So, like father, like son, it runs in a family. How about
Yeah.
that?
That's wild.
All right. So, well, folks, we made it to the final pick.
Yep.
It's
See
the
you, Kansas
Kansas City Chiefs, the Super Bowl champions.
It's probably going to be edge, if I had to guess. Most years, it feels like it's either edge or offensive line.
Yeah, they could go and pick the local guy, Felix Anudike Uzoma.
Yeah.
He's a local guy who went to play at Kansas State, not far away from Kansas City. So,
Oh, yeah.
somebody just tweeted, is it the Philadelphia Eagles or is it the Georgia Eagles?
Yeah.
Man, it's just not fair.
This has to be a record of having the most people from one college on one defense. Like, I can't
Right.
think of any other defense that's going to be starting 4 players from the same college on the same
Yeah,
defense.
and then the team that won the national title too. Damn good
Yeah.
defense, damn good school.
So Devin Hester is actually announcing a pick tomorrow night. He's one of the guys announcing a pick for day 2.
Sure.
That's pretty cool.
Look like that's Jason and Travis Kelsey's mom making that pick for the Eagles.
Oh yeah, oh, that's pretty cool.
Interesting. So the Chiefs are finally making the pick. Well, I hope the Chiefs fans are wide awake.
Yeah.
Yeah.
5 minutes.
I tell you, being here in this area, one thing about this city, as you're probably aware of, they're very serious about their barbecue.
Yeah, I saw on Twitter. I saw a bunch of people that went to Kansas City. They were having the barbecue there.
Yeah. I went to one place, I forgot their name, but I thought it was pretty good. You know, I tried the burnt ends, and man, that was very good. I tell you,
Nice. That's awesome.
man, that is tasty. Yeah, they're very serious about their barbecue. You know, versus other well-known places like say, Texas or Carolina or even nearby St. Louis. So
Yeah.
yeah.
I know barbecue is big in like you said, like Texas. But yeah, Kansas City has their own thing for sure.
Yeah.
I've actually never been to Kansas area. I did so my parents used to have a business in Kansas, like Emporia. So we used to go there a lot back
Oh, okay. Emporia?
yeah, 7 years ago. Yeah, we used to drive there like a crazy amount.
Okay. They have a
once
college there,
every-
Emporia State or something like that, correct? I think.
Yeah, I know about that. Yeah. Yeah, we drove past that college a lot, so I
Okay.
kind of know that area a little bit, but that's kind of far from Kansas City, though. I think like it's
Mhm.
a little bit away. They're bringing up the Super Bowl trophies for this.
Show off. Show
Yeah,
off.
right.
Well, at least they earned that right for sure.
Right. The Chiefs literally can't go wrong with this pick. They're already such a
No.
good team. Like I
Yeah.
can't even think of any holes they have besides receiver. Like they could probably use another receiver, but otherwise I can't even
That's
think of any
true.
positions.
They
have to fill.
replaced Orlando Brown with Jawan Taylor, who I think is a better player.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I mean he was a much better pass
So-
blocker.
Receiver, maybe they could get another tight end as maybe a heir apparent to Travis Kelsey. Edge rusher, Frank Clark is free agent is still out there. He's got his problems off the field, as well.
Yeah.
So that could be, I'd be pissed if they took that Northwestern defender Adebawore here.
He's also from Kansas City, I believe.
Oh yeah, that's right. He's
Yeah.
from the Kansas City.
So
So
that could be
Uzoma, and then Adebawore, both
Yeah.
local guys. That's a legitimate shot there for the
Yeah.
Chiefs to pick. Man, the stage right by the Union Station in Kansas City looks incredible. It's massive. Wow. I'm so stoked to be in the area for work right now, and I'm very excited about visiting either tomorrow night, weather permitting. But if not, then I'm definitely going to Saturday, regardless.
Yeah, you should. I mean, I went to Saturday when it was in Chicago. I think days 1 and 2 I watched from home just because it was like I want to see all the picks happen on TV. But day 3 I went there and it was really fun. Like they had a lot of stuff going on there too. Like they had like a combine thing for fans and like activities and all. It was really fun.
Yeah, I went to day 3 when I was living in Dallas area. I went to Jerry World in the AT&T Stadium. That stadium was massive and it was just incredible.
Yeah, I mean, even looking at like pictures of that stadium is just insane.
It is insane. I gotta tell you.
Soldier Field. Yeah. All right, pick is in. Last pick of the night. Let's see what the Chiefs go with.
I have a feeling it's an edge rusher or like a pass rusher here.
Yeah.
Oh, the pick is in. Okay, yep. Just like that we were discussing.
You like Sanudiki Uzoma.
Yeah. Damn it. Local kid.
At least they didn't take Adetomiwa Adebare because that's another guy I really want the Bears to grab.
Yeah, I thought Uzoma or Adebare, one or the two. I was hoping that they would still be available when the Bears pick, but man, it's a good pick for the Chiefs, that's for sure. Whew. Well,
all right, guys. I guess we'll probably end the stream now because draft is basically over. So thank you guys for tuning in. It was a lot of fun. Again, thanks to Steven for coming on. Thanks for Zaid too for coming on as well. He left an hour ago, but we'll be back again tomorrow. Live streaming day 2, which I'll be starting probably around like 5:30, 5:45, I want to say. So that should be a lot of fun as well. We're gonna have 3 picks tomorrow. I'll come out with a video too tonight going over Darnell Wright. It's gonna be up super late, probably like 2 a.m. or something, 1 a.m. So if you want to stay awake for that, feel free. But otherwise, you can see it tomorrow. Yeah. But thank you guys for coming in. And
thank you, Rashad.
Of course, dude. Yeah,
and I haven't written for the Bear Goggles on part of the Fansided Network for a little bit because I've been going through some personal stuff. But after the first round is over, and depending on what they do tomorrow night, I definitely would love to jump on, and even if I don't get to watch all the picks, but I'm very, very excited, and the polls certainly in my opinion, made the right choice. Even if it was Jalen Carter at 9, I think, for better or for worse, Ryan Poles and the Bears are basically, hitching their reputation on that pick. And now the Bears are going to be shaped into the type of team that he and Matt Eberflus want to shape into now this year. Again, the honeymoon period is officially over for both men. Everything that they say and do will be met with greater scrutiny. So I hope that Darnell Wright will be a very good pro, especially maybe going up against Jalen Carter again, whenever the Bears and the Eagles face each other, whether it's in the regular season or the playoffs. So I'm very stoked, and I think you know, I know a lot of people on the comment section were not exactly thrilled with the pick, and I totally get it. But you know, maybe in a day or two, people feel differently depending on what they do tomorrow and the rest of the day on Saturday. So it's a great time to be with you know, Bears fan, and I'm very very stoked and you know, very excited about maybe resuming writing about, you know, how the Bears, you know, reshape themselves this offseason. Rishab, thank you again for your time, and very very honored to be you know, part of your network, and allowing me to be introduced to your subscribers and everything. So
Of course, man. We'll try to do it again tomorrow if you get the chance. Just
yes,
let me know if you get
I will.
our
I'll let you
thing
know.
to come on tomorrow. But otherwise, I guess we'll end the stream now. So bear down, guys. Bye bye.
Bear down. Have a good night, guys. Everybody, take care.
Bye bye.